Barcelona zum Rennen 5 der Saison 2001. Hier im Fahrerlager fragt man sich, hat Ferrari das Tief überwunden? Kann BMW Williams so stark weitermachen wie im letzten Rennen? Es ist ein königliches Rennen hier in Barcelona.
Murray Walker and the team introduce live coverage from Barcelona. It's the Formula One Spanish Grand Prix.
in association with Texaco.
Rising in my hands, feels like the one time. Sunshine, feels like a fine time. Sunshine, give me sunshine.
I've done it again. I am past now. Here is Mika Häkkinen as he improved his time. Yes! Mika Häkkinen goes up to second on the grid.
Michael Schumacher's on pole. It's Häkkinen's favourite track. Coulthard's Barcelona record is impressive. Welcome to an afternoon at the Spanish Grand Prix. Hello there. Temperature's okay, around about 19 degrees, but in the last few minutes all sorts of clouds have gathered above the Catalunya circuit. It always blows around here a bit as well, very breezy indeed. Murray's been telling me it's going to rain. We shall see. Let's just remind you how the Drivers' Championship looks as we approach the fifth race of F1 2001. Level pegging then, right up there at the top, world champion Michael Schumacher and the consistently quick David Coulthard, 26 apiece. The Scots finished second here for the last 3 years. Barrichello, quickest in the morning warm-up, just a couple clear of Ralf Schumacher. The winner last time out, and Heidfeld and Frentzen have both qualified in the top 10. Alongside Tony Jardine, delighted to welcome Paul Stoddart, boss of Minardi, owner of Minardi. People tell me you must be crackers buying that team.
Sometimes I wonder why, Jim, but no, I mean, it was a business decision and Formula One's where we want to be. I think it's still going places and we're sort of effectively 1/12 of it, and I'm pretty pleased about that.
How have you enjoyed your season so far?
It's been great. I mean, against all the odds we got to Melbourne, a lot of people thought we wouldn't. At times, I suppose, we thought we wouldn't as well, but we made it. Fernando, real star, credible performance in Melbourne, both cars home in Malaysia, and a top 10 finish in Brazil, so it's not the worst.
Okay, Fernando Alonso, we're going to look at him in qualifying a little bit later on. But let's just go through the qualifying session, shall we, Tony? David Coulthard never on pole here, but setting the early pace.
Yeah, but later on it got a little bit rough for him because there was a lot of traffic. People waited till the track got that bit quicker. And though he put in that sort of early banker lap, you know, he ended up, you know, about 4 tenths outside, really 5 tenths outside, which was a bit of a shame for him. He was also stymied in his last run where he felt he was blocked by Nick Heidfeld. Heidfeld was giving him a bit of a tit for tat, actually, because he felt that he'd been blocked by David Coulthard earlier on. But it does mean second row for him, so he's going to have to put in a rocket start with his launch control if he uses it.
We'll talk about that traction control in a few minutes' time. Last to emerge in the session, Michael Schumacher, and he produced a time that nobody really looked like catching.
I think it's fascinating because 2 years ago here he said, let's get this race over with, because the Ferrari was so imbalanced. Aerodynamically, it was not good in these long, fast curves that you have in Barcelona. Now this car is superb. I mean, they've been practicing pit stops since 7:30 this morning. They've been working very, very hard to get the car really, really accurate. He shaved off 4/10 off Coulthard's time first time around. Then he came out and did a further 2/10. He always had something up his sleeve. And then he saved tyres as well. And he only did 8 of his 12 allocated laps in qualifying. So they're ready for the race with their tyres.
Häkkinen's won here for the last 3 years. He was part of a cavalry charge right at the end that put him on the front row.
But you see with Mika Häkkinen, as the car improves, as the season gets on and they know more about, you know, how to convert the aerodynamics, how to make the tyres work, the new softer tyres work properly. Right up at the last minute, he'd made these fractions of improvements. And I just think he's going to get better all season long. And he very, very nearly captured pole position from Michael Schumacher.
Paul, what about your man, Fernando Alonso, 19, youngest on the grid, and he's got ahead of the Benettons and the Jaguar as well.
And not for the first time either, Jim. I mean, he really is going to go somewhere. That lap yesterday, it was, you know, it was an absolute stunner. And with performances like that, we've got ourselves a star.
And he said he's never driven a single lap like it.
No, I think, you know, as I said before, it was him, not the car. It really, really was a stunning lap.
Good. OK, Tony, take us through the grid.
Well, Michael Schumacher says we're back where we want to be, so he's on pole position. And going for 4 in a row, Mika Häkkinen in the McLaren. Coulthard, as I say, slightly held up there, but he's never won in Spain. Can he do it? Barrichello didn't get the best out of the Ferrari. He admitted to that. Ralf Schumacher, of course, the Williams not showing great form here recently in testing, did very well, always been in the top 5. Truly out-qualifying Frentzen yet again. Villeneuve did very well after brake failure early in qualifying yesterday to put it where he did. And then Sauber crash. Look at them both in the top 10 again, the 2 youngsters. And then Panis there alongside Montoya. Lost his rhythm with flags going against him, traffic going against him. Irvine, this is the best you can expect. We're waiting for our new aerodynamic package. Bertie, who's gone from Jaguar to Prost, out-qualifies the old master Alesi. Verstappen had a spin. Alonso there at 18th place, his first Spanish Grand Prix. We're looking forward to that. But he's ahead of Fisichella. He's ahead of the Grand Prix returnee De La Rosa, the Spaniard, and then Button, question mark over his shoulder, and then Tosso Marquez at the back.
The wind condition was a little bit variable, and I've seen very often here in Barcelona, you can be at the right moment out and you just get everything together. And you go maybe 10, 15 seconds later and things have a little bit changed. And certainly I found this a little bit variable today.
More or less all the runs, I had traffic out there when I ran there. So the last run was the only time when the track was clear for me. And that gave me the opportunity to maximize the lap time and to be smooth, you know.
With the traction control now for the launch starts, that I'll be on the clean side of the track. And that may end up being a bigger advantage than being on the inside on the dust.
We are heading for points, so I think after what we saw today, Michael is going to win this race easily tomorrow. And we just try to do our best, and I'm sure by Austria, if late as Monaco, we should be back.
The race is tough because there is a lot of tire degradation. We have to manage the tires, and okay, we are helped a lot now from the anti-speed, but it's anyway difficult to set up the car for a world race.
Their main objective is to have someone to push Jean, so both drivers can push each other and go forward, and I think that happened today. So, you know, I think they are as happy as I am, probably.
Well, you'll notice that the cars are sounding a little bit different. You shouldn't see any wheel spins at the start either. 2 consequences, those of the return of traction control. Reaction so far, fair to say, very mixed. Here's James Allen.
Well, Jim, there's a lot of focus this weekend on the new electronics. There's no question that some teams are more ready than others. But how do the systems work, and what difference are they going to make to the racing today? A Formula One car has sensors which can tell if the rear wheels are turning faster than the front ones, which indicates wheel spin. The computer then cuts the engine power to stop the wheel spin. This gives more grip out of the slow corners and a faster lap time.
The driver still presses and operates the pedal, but the signal from that is read electronically and passed back to the engine control system. Now, obviously, we can now modify that, so although the driver may have it pressed fully down, we can change what happens from the engine point of view.
We didn't have a lot of time to develop it, so we feel we are probably using it at the 60%, but it's probably the same for everybody at the moment.
when the tire wear goes down, obviously traction control is extremely important to have in a car.
Starts will never be the same again thanks to launch control, which synchronises the throttle and clutch and gets the car off the line. Good systems work at the touch of a button, but not everyone will be using them today.
If you do a very good manual start, it can be as good, maybe even better than an electronical start. The electronic start is only much more consistent. This is the basic point.
The thing that gives me a little bit of hope is that with the traction control now for the launch starts, that I'll be on the clean side of the track, and that may end up being a bigger advantage than being on the inside on the dust.
So what effect will all this have on today's race strategy? Well, the key here in Barcelona is the tyres. You've got to preserve them, and traction control will certainly help to preserve the rear tyres. It's an extremely abrasive track. Most teams will do 2 stops of the cars, but the key is making the timing of the pit stop earlier rather than later. New tyres can be worth a lot round here. Now, we saw Ralf Schumacher and Mika Häkkinen switched off their traction control systems for qualifying yesterday, but my hunch is that anyone who's got a system that works well will be using it today and will get an advantage from it.
OK, Paul, you're not going to be using traction control. Why is that?
Well, I certainly said I wouldn't be, Jim, but looking out this window at this weather, we might be making some last-minute adjustments. Really, it's an advantage for a wet or a wet to drying track. In the dry, in a perfectly clear day, not too much advantage.
Overall, what do you feel about it?
I'm sad by it. I think really most of the drivers would prefer not to use it, but it's certainly cleaned up any misgivings in the sport. So from that side, it's very good, but I'm not a great supporter of it. I think the World Championship is for the best driver, and the best driver should drive the car naturally.
Just explain your approach to the season. I remember you saying to me in Australia, 1 single point. That's all we want. What difference would that make to you?
It makes a lot of difference financially to us, and obviously from a motivational point of view, it would be fantastic.
Just tell us about that financial difference.
Well, the financial difference is several $1 million in, simply put, TV money from the position, if you're in 10th or 11th or 12th, the top 10 share the spoils, far more better than the last 2.
And what about your engine? Have you got a good enough engine in the car at the moment? Are you going to get another one?
Well, we've obviously got an engine that's performing very credible. I mean, for Fernando to be 2.8 seconds behind Schumacher, given their budget, our budget, you know, if people think about that, we haven't done too badly. But we're down on horsepower. We need another 50 horsepower, and we know exactly what it's going to take to do it. And yes, we are talking to a couple of engine manufacturers about solving that problem sooner rather than later.
Right, you're going to lob in a couple of names for us while you're here, are you?
How did you hear yesterday, Paul?
No, I can say that they are existing engine manufacturers that are already on that grid today. So hopefully we'll be able to announce something in a couple of races.
I think Eddie Jordan has been the last sort of privateer to break through into Formula One, and it's a big corporate business now. Can you really do it on your own?
I think we can. I mean, I think we've proved a lot just by getting to Melbourne, and our performance since Melbourne hasn't been too bad. I mean, we didn't have the best race in Imola, but it was always going to happen at some point. We're okay. I mean, the field this year have closed up, and traction control will make them close up even more. I think given where we've come from and where we're heading to, our 5-year strategy, yeah, I believe we can do it.
Germán Alonso, who we've spoken about from Oviedo, have you got him signed up for next season?
We've got him signed for next year, and obviously 2003 he's a Renault driver. However, for this year, next year, and the only clause on his contract for next year is to give him a good engine, and that's what we're working towards doing.
Do you ever feel you're not actually on a level playing field here? I mean, Ferrari tested thousands and thousands of kilometres last week. You didn't do anything, did you, hardly?
It's very hard. I think it showed more on Tasso. Obviously, Fernando, home track, knows the track well, but take someone like Tasso, hasn't seen this track for 3 years, and no testing. I mean, people pound around Barcelona. It's one of the favoured test tracks. They do thousands and thousands of kilometres. Our first test, other than a small shakedown test on a straight line track, was last week, and that was all around traction control.
Just finally, your hopes for the Spanish Grand Prix?
I'd like to see a top 10 finish. Anything can happen, and as Murray says, usually does, so let's hope it happens for us today.
You're not allowed to nick his lines, by the way. Good. Paul, thanks very much for joining us. Good luck in the race today.
Thanks, Jim.
Right, and let's drive you, shall we, 3 miles around the circuit to Catalunya. It's been the home of the Spanish Grand Prix since Nigel Mansell won here 10 years ago. A flying lap then, and Martin Brundle is on board with the Barcelona boy, Pedro de la Rosa.
On board the Jaguar then, here in Barcelona. Let's take a look. The long, gently undulating straight down towards turn 1, 190 miles an hour. Move to the middle, it's slightly less bumpy, but be on the left-hand side, and you can brake amazingly late for some reason, down to just 75. Try to catch the curb on the inside. De La Rosa just missing it there, and you're into turn 3. You should be able to take this almost flat out. Oh, and the Pussycat wagging its tail. Now he needs to move to the white line on the outside, ready for turn 4, 175, just before braking, 75 through the middle. Tends to be a little bit of bouncing and bumping through there. He's working hard on the steering wheel and catapult down into turn 5. Brakes slightly earlier because of the downhill. Once again, not quite connecting up with that apex. A long sweeping left-hander then. Try to straighten it out as you go into the foot of the hill for 7. You can hear the misfiring as the traction control cuts in. Up the hill, 155, Campsa. 135 through the middle. Look for the curb on the outside and gently take the car over to the right-hand side. Over 180 miles an hour once again. Brake very late. You've got to shift down 5 gears. Just 50 through the apex. Try to stay to the inside. Once again, the traction control helping the car launch towards turn 11. 60 through the centre. You can't get on the throttle as early as you want. You have to be patient. It's too bumpy initially. Now a sweeping right-hander through 12. A big confidence lift there for De La Rosa. And the final great corner. 135 through the middle. Very heavy on the steering. Not much space on the exit. Over the start-finish line now.
Just over half an hour to go to the start of the Spanish Grand Prix. There is rain coming in from the hills, and look at those flags swirling around. It's going to be very interesting indeed if that rain arrives within the next half an hour. Okay, now it's time to enjoy an in-depth conversation with one of the great British stalwarts of Grand Prix racing. You'd have seen him many times staring at the timing screens this weekend. He has spoken to us at length for the first time. Yeah, Murray has got his man.
When I first think of you, I always think of you as an actual driver, a racer, driving Austin A40s and then Formula cars. But you moved to become what I can best describe as a wheeler dealer, a buyer and seller. Is that because, were you driven to that, or do you?
No, not at all. I was very unsuccessful and dangerous in racing cars. I did very few races. I had no money, so I thought I'll work very hard for a year or two, buying and selling racing cars, because at that time England was and very much still is the centre of many, many racing cars and components for them, engines, etc. So I had contacts. The Europeans I raced with didn't. They looked to me to help them supply everything, which I did. Made some good money, but someone called Piers Courage got in my ear when I had a little bit of money in the bank and persuaded me to buy a car for him. And after that, after I did that, there was no looking back. I was an entrant and no longer a ridiculously bad racing driver.
But you never felt motivated to spend the money that you'd made on getting better cars for yourself?
Well, Piers was as quick as Quicksilver. The moment he smelt the cash, he was into my ear and I was gone. I was done for. But with looking back with hindsight, I'd never been a great racing driver. But I should say that today I still feel a bit childish about it. And I just imagine myself trying to keep up with Michael in the wet. I mean, it's a dream, but the turn on is there.
Don't we all? Frank, in your long career, you've had 2 dreadful blows in Formula One: the death of your great friend Piers Courage, who you brought into Formula One, and the death of Ayrton Senna, driving for your team. Now, how on earth, as a team owner, do you cope with that?
Well, the death of Piers did fixate me and have quite a serious effect on me. But I was so committed financially to Formula One that I must truly say that I never seriously considered stopping. I had nothing else I could do. And I was, in every sense of the word, there was no going back. With Ayrton, the same applied in a greater sense, because at that time Williams was quite a substantial company, 250 employees, I guess, with major commercial obligations.
Well, you've been gigantically successful, starting from nowhere. 9 Constructors' World Championships, 7 Drivers' World Championships. So what's the secret? Is it passion, dedication, determination?
Well, I would say, without being too modest, that I really am a very small cog in a pretty large wheel. And I have this partner called Patrick Head, who unfortunately is much cleverer than me. It really upsets me sometimes. But he is just a remarkable individual. He is driven, and he's motor racing now, or Formula One, is very much, until the race starts itself, an engineering exercise. I am not an engineer, Patrick is, and he has assembled around him a group, and always has had around him a group of very clever young people who are also passionate, like him, like me, about what they do and what they live for, and that's been the motor.
It's a bit of a cliche in the business, but they all say that the one who's closest to your heart is the rough, gruff, tough, outspoken, determined Alan Jones. Is that a cliche, or is it true?
There is a considerable but not total amount of truth in that Alan Jones was, in age terms, a contemporary of myself and Patrick.
Oh, yeah.
They were the early days of the team, and you always tend to look back as you get older and think, oh, those are the days. But one has fond memories, and of course he represented or helped bring us our first World Championship title. And life was certainly less complicated then. So he was a man's man. He liked his beer and told a good joke. Loved to fight, not us, but with us, but Alan never shirked a fight anywhere. Got into a lot of trouble in his time, but he was a man we admired and enjoyed.
I remember he actually had a punch-up literally somewhere and drove for you with a broken finger, didn't he?
Well, I know the details, but I'd best not present them on your amazing programme. But essentially, he picked a fight with two people when he thought there were only one, and they were both bigger than him. And he arrived at Monza for the 1981 Italian Grand Prix, when he could still just have got the title with a broken thumb, unfortunately, on his gear change arm. He still finished second, but he could have won.
Now, I talked about you having had two terrible blows with Piers Courage and Senna. You had a terrible blow yourself 15 years ago, that disastrous crash at Paul Ricard with you driving, and you've been confined to a wheelchair ever since. Has that not inhibited you at all, or has having the team motivated you to try harder?
Well, the first thing to remind you is it was totally my fault. It was just the inevitable result of 27 years of hooligan driving. And it's probably a godsend for other road users. But I repeat, it was my fault, and I was in that position. Fortunately, I had the wherewithal to afford good people to look after me, and essentially I should say I'm so well looked after, whether it's by my day-to-day people or at the hospital at Stoke Mandeville, etc. But I don't really notice it. I've got other things in my mind. I'm very fortunate.
Very fortunate, sums up the man.
It's very sad still for likes of myself looking at him and remembering him in the 70s, working with him when he was very fit. He was a great athlete. You know, he used to run around the circuits in the night before the race and so on. But there's no question of doubt, if you cut him there, oil would come out, not blood. He's 120% racing. He absolutely loves it, but he's not gaga. He's the boss there, and he's got a fantastic brain.
Okay, well, problems for one of his former drivers, David Coulthard, in this morning's warm-up. Hydraulics problem. That McLaren, cloud of fumes coming from behind it, grinding to a halt. Not what David Coulthard wanted at all. Here's his reaction.
It's not good when your car stops on the track, but it's better it happens now, obviously, than in the race. Clearly, it's a problem that we haven't foreseen, and we're just going to try and understand exactly why we had the hydraulic problem and fix it for the race.
Is it likely to be a problem for the race, or is it too early to say?
Well, it's not something we've had happen before, so I don't think it's related to traction control or the sort of issues that it looks like BMW have had the problem with. So I think it's just one of those things, unfortunately. You know, hydraulics, there's a lot of pressure on the lines, and occasionally they fail.
Remember last year, David Coulthard drove most of the Spanish Grand Prix in great pain after his plane crash. Well, Jenson Button, he's going to be in a bit of pain this afternoon as well. All sorts of problems with the shoulder, injections involved and things like that. Here is the latest bulletin.
He has got this small shoulder problem that stems from an old kart injury. Basically, the tendon in the shoulder, through the aggravation in the shoulders, sort of elongated. So through the lack of the power steering and the Michelin tyres sticking a lot harder, basically there's been a lot more force and tension on the joint. He's been well treated by Hoagie, the team physio, but obviously he's got an aggravation there, and we had a cortisone injection last week to calm it down, but it still is quite sore. But the bottom line is the boy's hard, the boy's tough. He'll be here racing well this afternoon and for all the other races. so don't worry about it.
Not sure if he's going to be racing in the rain or not. We're about half an hour north of the port of Barcelona. The Jordan team are involved in a new powerboat venture there with Honda, and Louise Goodman was on board to discuss the future of driver Jarno Trulli.
Where does his future lie? His contract expires at the end of this year.
I see no reason why Jordan and Jarno Trulli won't extend that contract for the foreseeable future. He has everything that Jordan as a team wants. He's quick, he's exciting, he's got flair. I think you haven't seen the maximum of his speed yet. You can see the way he qualifies. We need to sort of help that along in the race. Maybe our car isn't quite good enough just at the moment. But as we've seen with Ralph, you know, Ralph has brought Williams to another dimension, particularly after Imola. I'm absolutely certain that Jordan, you will see a much bigger improvement, certainly over the next 3 races.
The race boat may be a new venture, but Eddie's an old hand at powerboating.
What?
Not that you'd know it.
Don't worry. They got that on camera.
As we left Barcelona harbour and headed out for a bit of fun, I had a chance for a chat with Jarno. I kicked off by asking him about the frustrations of last year.
It wasn't easy at all, but let's say it wasn't a successful season, as successful as we expect. It was very difficult to accept.
But this year is much better so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We got a reliable car, competitive car, a good base to start with. So now we just have to improve our performance, and we must also keep in mind that this is our first season with a new engine deal, Honda. So this brand new relationship at the moment is working very, very well, as it is, let's say, very young. So it can only get better for the future.
How do you feel? I'm curious to know how you feel when you see people like Jenson Button last year, Kimi Räikkönen this year, guys who've come straight from Formula 3 into Formula 1. There's been such a fuss. I mean, you did that a few years ago, didn't you? How do you feel when you look at them?
I did that, but I look at them and say that they were... I think I was very lucky to get to Formula 1, but I can say that they were luckier than me because they got straight into a competitive cars. But it's always good to see young, new drivers coming in Formula 1 because, as I always thought, go-kart is very important. These 2 guys were coming straight from karting to Formula 3 and then to Formula 1.
Look at the bridge. Hey!
Wow!
What's happening? Hey!
Hey, oh, are you sure about this machine?
Do you like those?
No. Does he look as if he likes them?
Right, he's further down in his seat. What should we do? You should be standing up.
No!
When you race in a powerboat, you stand up because then you can take the pressure in your knees. Come on, give it a go. Hold on there.
No.
Different conditions here. Cloudy, windy, could be rain on the way. It hasn't stopped royalty and celebrities turning out, though. King Juan Carlos. Martin Brundle took him for a spin a couple of seasons ago with Eddie Jordan. Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones are here as well.
Fernando Alonso, describe your feelings as you're about to start your first Spanish Grand Prix.
Yeah, the feeling is fantastic. I'm ready for a start. I'm quite surprised because in 10 minutes the weather changed a lot, so we need to be careful with the weather. But the feeling is fantastic.
And when you get off the line, okay? Does the launch control work?
Yes, we have the manual start, so the normal start for us. In the next races, we need to improve in this thing.
Best luck. Thanks, Fernando.
Back with us in Barcelona, the motor racing world was shocked and saddened by the death of Michele Alboreto. On Thursday, the 44-year-old Italian was killed at a circuit near Dresden in Germany, testing for the Le Mans 24-hour race. Martin Brundle raced against him many times. He was also at the circuit where the tragedy occurred.
A great sense of sadness here in the Formula One paddock at Barcelona. Michele Alboreto was a very popular man amongst the Formula One people. One of the few Italians to win for Ferrari. Let's take a look at his career. Michele was a real racer and a veteran of 194 Grand Prix. He drove for 6 teams in Formula One, starting off with Tyrrell in 1981. A couple of years later, it all came good, with a win in the USA Grand Prix of 1983. The temptation of Italy's famous Scarlet cars soon saw Michele at Ferrari, where despite the unique pressures of Maranello politics, he sparked off a title challenge, winning the Canadian and German rounds of the 1985 World Championship. Together with teammate Gerhard Berger, Alboreto drove the Tifosi wild with a 1-2 finish at Monza, even if he would eventually lose out to Alain Prost in the title race. After spells at Arrows and Lola, Michele ended his Formula One career at Minardi, and he still had it.
Michele Alboreto, the veteran ex-Ferrari driver, is back in the points. I say back because he hasn't been there for a very, very long time.
The desire to race burned as brightly as ever, but just too often the cars weren't up to it. Alboreto moved to sports cars and won at Le Mans in 1997. Audi would be his last team before fate intervened and motorsport lost a great driver. We were due to compete against each other in just a few weeks' time at the Le Mans 24 Hours. We'll miss him there too. Several of his former colleagues wanted to pay tribute.
Well, he was a real gentleman. I mean, this was the real memory I have of him. He was a straightforward guy, always friendly, always nice, did a very good job in racing. And it's very sad that he had this accident.
It's not too long time ago that he asked me to come and drive with him long distance races, and I say, no, Michele, I have a new job, I like my role. And he says, Gerhard, we need to race again. You know, it's you and me from the same generation. And I say, no, I don't want anymore. So really, I'm very sad that this happened.
I raced against him in '79 in Formula 3, and he was always what I call a gentleman, and you don't have too many. I mean, I can think about, without telling names, maybe 4 or 5 that I met in 20 years, and he was one of them.
Michele Alboreto, remembered by fans today at the Catalunya circuit. Well, it's 50 years since the first Spanish Grand Prix. It's fair to say the race has moved about a bit, but it has provided rich pickings for British drivers and for British teams as well.
The Spanish Grand Prix is one of the oldest races in the Formula One series, and it's been held at no less than 5 different circuits to give us some truly memorable races. None more so than James Hunt's first ever win for McLaren in 1976, his championship year. He won the race at Jarama near Madrid, only to be disqualified because his car was just a few millimetres too wide.
5 years later, in 1981, the last time the race was held at Jarama, it was one of the closest and most dramatic Grand Prix finishes of all time. Gilles Villeneuve's turbo Ferrari was slow on the corners and he held everyone up. But its greater power blew them away on the straights and he won with 1.2 seconds, covering the first 5 home. But it was even closer at Jerez in 1986. Nigel Mansell in his Williams had a fantastic battle with Ayrton Senna's Lotus and Alain Prost's McLaren until Mansell and Senna broke clear. They came up to the line absolutely together.
This is it, down into second gear, and Mansell, if he gets it right, can sprint out of the rear wing of Senna's car. Senna moves across, he's keeping Mansell back, and he wins.
Nigel thought he'd won, but he hadn't. Senna had by 1/100th of a second. To Barcelona in 1991, where Mansell and Senna were at it again, with Ayrton in a McLaren this time. Their 200 miles an hour wheel-to-wheel battle down to turn 1 was a fabulous sight. Someone had to give way, and it was Formula One's hard man, Ayrton Senna, as Nigel took the lead and went on to win for the second time in Spain. Barcelona 1994 was only 2 races after the great Senna's tragic death at Imola. Damon Hill was now Williams' team leader. He drove magnificently to win and boost the team's morale.
This is it. He is now dropping down the final descent to the final corner of the Spanish Grand Prix, which Damon Hill wins.
But Michael Schumacher's drive was equally impressive. Jammed in 5th gear, he finished an incredible 2nd. I've seen some masterly drives in my time, but none better than Schumacher's in the 1996 race. In awful weather, he made the rest look like amateurs as he drove away to win his first race for Ferrari by 45 seconds.
And Michael Schumacher wins the Spanish Grand Prix after an absolutely superlative drive.
It was one of the greatest wet weather drives of all time. But it's been McLaren all the way for the last 3 years, with 3 successive first and second places at the Barcelona circuit for Mika Häkkinen and David Coulthard. And last year, a brilliant drive by Coulthard, only 5 days after being in a tragic air crash. David's on top form, and if he can win this year, he'll lead the championship.
And if he does, he will be in good voice. Mario, I think limbering up now for the start of the Spanish Grand Prix, just under 10 minutes away. 1 or 2 home drivers for the fans to cheer on as well. Let's join Louise.
Hello Jim, hello everybody. The atmosphere has always been a bit lacking at this Grand Prix, but I have to say that seems to have changed this year. I've never seen the grandstand so busy. The fans have turned out in force, undoubtedly to support this man, Pedro de la Rosa, making his return to the grid this weekend. You've seen some of the glitterati here this weekend. The King of Spain has just been down to wish Pedro well too. It may be getting a bit gloomy up there, but down here on the grid, the atmosphere is really hot.
Thank you, Louise. So then, can Michael Schumacher deliver? He's the only Ferrari driver to succeed in Spain for 20 years. Could we be in for a hack attack? The Finn chasing an unprecedented 4th successive victory. How about David Coulthard? Is it his turn this time round? Are we going to see more San Marino magic from Ralf Schumacher, another surprise perhaps from Trulli, Frentzen, or the 97 winner Villeneuve. Above all, will it rain? Stand by for the Spanish Grand Prix on ITV.
Ron Dennis, the first start of a new era. How do you feel it's going to go for the whole grid?
Well, I don't think it's actually going to go well for the whole grid. And so unfortunately, I hope it doesn't, nobody's problems cause a restart. But hopefully we've worked hard enough to eliminate our own problems. But I think it's a better way to go.
You must be pleased. Do you feel this is the first time there's been a level playing field for some time?
Let's say I'm happier at this race than I was at the last.
Ron, thanks very much.
You're about to see the fifth round of the 2001 Formula One World Championship, the Spanish Grand Prix at Barcelona's Catalunya circuit. 65 tiring laps over the next hour and a half, described by Martin Brundle and Murray Walker. Now then, Murray, I can't argue with your wet weather forecast at the moment.
Will it rain, said Jim Rosenthal, while Murray Walker says yes, it will. But then maybe it won't. You never know at this place. It's so changeable. You've heard the drivers and the team managers saying you never know what's going to happen at the Catalunya circuit from one 10-minute period to the next. And look at those skies now. When we came here this morning, it was clear, blue skies, bright sunshine. The forecast, for what it's worth, is that it is going to rain. And if it does, of course, this will be a terrific bonus for the people who are using traction control. You've heard a lot about that. You assume that they're all using it. Well, they're not necessarily. Some of the teams, and I think the Williams BMW in particular team, are in doubt about whether they're going to use it, because Williams and BMW have been pretty unhappy with their traction control so far. We know that Mika Häkkinen hardly used it at all for his sensational lap, which gave him second position on the grid at the end of the qualifying period yesterday. We know that Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello are pretty happy with their system, but it really is a journey into the unknown now.
Yes, I'm expecting some problems on the start today, Murray. Just watching the drivers at the end of the pit lane as they've been trying to get to grips with the new systems through the weekend, they've certainly, some of them, been struggling. Mostly the guys actually in the second half of the grids, but the Ferrari system seems to need... Sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath, I've just run a long way. The Ferrari system seems to need a long time. It's quite a long process they go through, but the cars are getting away well. But it surprised me to see Michael Schumacher finding the need to stop at the end of the pit lane when coming to the grid to do yet another practice start.
And he's done it so many times too in the qualifying and the practice days.
And you put a lot of energy through the transmission drive shafts and that, so you need to be a little bit careful, especially with the clutch, of course. But the other thing, Murray, is that in practice there was a problem with the weighbridge, it seems, and a lot of the cars were coming in at over 10 kilos overweight, which is about 3.5 tenths of a second around this racetrack. And it seems to me that those that were weighed were able to take 10 kilos of lead out and others weren't. So I think the grid probably doesn't fully represent the speed of some of the cars. So the first four, I think, are going to be very close.
Well, we will as ever see, but at the present moment it would seem that most of them are going to use what they call launch control, where in effect the driver presses a button and the system takes over at the start and blasts him off towards the first corner. 14 corners on the circuit. Michael Schumacher there is a double winner. You saw earlier on his incredible win at Barcelona in '96 when it was wet. He won the previous year for Benetton. Look at that, you see. That hill is just over my left shoulder, and those clouds are getting lower and lower. And when this race starts, if rain comes down and damps the circuit, they are on what we still call slick tyres, although they're grooved tyres these days to put less rubber on the road. There you are. You can see Mika Häkkinen's tyres, or you could just a moment ago. Mika Häkkinen has won this race for the last 3 years. David Coulthard has been second. There he is for the last 3 years. It's very much a McLaren circuit. They were dominated by Ferrari for the first 2 races this year in Australia and Malaysia. They made their comeback in Brazil, and Ferrari and McLaren are very, very close. There is Spain's man, Fernando Alonso, in the European Minardi. He qualified a magnificent 18th, and Rubens Barrichello's Ferrari comes off the jacks, and we wait now. It's just a matter of seconds before the parade lap.
Now, I'd imagine they're going to switch off their launch control systems and try and lay as much rubber on the track as they can. Those are the thinking about it anyway, trying to get a bit more rubber down, because although they've got traction control, launch control, that is still a mechanism to control or minimize wheel spin. If you can stop the wheel spin happening in the first place, or to a lesser degree, you want to do that. So I'm expecting some of them, those that are thinking. And Coulthard's got a problem. Coulthard is not moving.
Oh, now this means that David Coulthard, if all the others get past him and David Coulthard doesn't start, it means that he will have to start from the back of the grid. And this is the man who, with Michael Schumacher, is leading the World Championship. Drama, to put it very mildly indeed, and just about the worst thing that David could have hoped to happen. Well, he wouldn't have hoped it would happen. It's really, really bad news for the McLaren driver.
Yes, and the team would not be allowed onto the grid to start him up until the whole pack had gone past, so Coulthard will start from the very back of the grid. And after all that work, all the testing, practice, qualifying, it's all been wasted.
Now, there was a ruling, Martin, that if they could get their position back safely by the end of this parade lap, they could adopt it.
No, not if you've fallen completely to the back of the field. If you get away slowly, Murray, and you're in the pack still, you can resume your normal grid position, but not if the whole pack has gone past you.
Well, of one thing you can be sure, David Coulthard is a fighter. He's not going to take this line down. He's going to come up behind Tarso Marquez in the European Minardi, who was due to start last. And then he'll have to get past Jenson Button, De La Rosa in the Jaguar, who's starting 20th on the grid. Fisichella, who is 19th and was very late out on the grid on the Benetton Renault, incidentally.
And there's the yellow flags waving at the top left of the screen there. Coulthard clearly, as he put it in first gear, ready for the dummy grid, if you like, to go round to the start proper. He has stalled the engine for whatever reason, and that's going to cost him dearly. It'll be difficult for him to get on the podium today. Points may still be a possibility because of the speed of the car that he's driving, but overtaking around here is a nightmare. Onto this very long pit straight, you can see now it's a 135-mile-an-hour corner, and you just can't follow closely enough to get a good run at the car in front of you.
Now, what this is going to mean, a tremendous bonus for Ralf Schumacher, who is 5th on the grid in the Williams. There's David Coulthard coming up to take his position. And remember what an absolutely fantastic start Ralf Schumacher had in the last race of the year at San Marino, when he went into the lead by the first corner. Now, he's got a spare space in front of him. At the present moment, he's just got Rubens Barrichello, Hakkinen and Michael Schumacher, and Ralf Schumacher is a lightning starter, so watch the right-hand side of the grid when you look down the 2 rows.
Several years since Coulthard will have started anywhere near the back of a Formula One pack, and he's got to go for it, but he's got to be so careful not to trip over.
Go, go, go in Spain now. Michael Schumacher gets away, Mika Hakkinen is second behind him, Rubens Barrichello is in 3rd place, Jarno Trulli is challenging, and sure enough, Ralf Schumacher is right up there. He is 3rd from 5th on the grid. Ralf Schumacher in the Williams BMW moves up, and Barrichello is dropping back. In fact, he's passed Schumacher again. Ralf Schumacher has got Jarno Trulli in the yellow Jordan behind him, and the race order at the present moment, Michael Schumacher leads Mika Hakkinen, leads Rubens Barrichello in 4th position. There you can see Ralf Schumacher, and behind him is Jarno Trulli. So, with David Coulthard fighting his way through the grid, this, of course, is a 65-lap race. Lots of action to come.
Yes, and Coulthard had a reasonable start at the back. The man who just did not get off the line is Frentzen. He got away plumb last, thank God. Nobody ran into the back of him. So it looks like Frentzen's launch control didn't function, or he hadn't got it plugged in properly, and he is running well behind. But also now I notice, I think Coulthard is at the back of the pack. He's obviously tripped over somebody. James.
Complete chaos here in the McLaren garage. They're only coming back with the pit equipment. It's all been flung aside, and they're all down there ready now for Coulthard with a spare nose. He's had an incident. I think the front wing's been damaged. All kinds of parts and bits thrown everywhere, trying to get ready. They are now ready for David Coulthard, though. What a dramatic start. And I think Frentzen had some problems as well off the start line, guys.
Thanks, James. Well, rock luck for David Coulthard. It's looking very tough indeed for him as Schumacher goes through. Hakkinen back on form. It is 8 races since Mika Hakkinen won a Formula One Grand Prix. He's hungry for victory because he's well down in the pecking order in the World Championship. He's in 7th position. He's only got 4 World Championship points in comparison with Michael Schumacher and David Coulthard on 26. And David Coulthard, he comes into the pits right in front of me. David Coulthard comes into the pits. I'm looking across at him now, and the McLaren mechanics working furiously. You can see the back of the car up in the air. There's a new nose going on at the front. Martin.
About 19 seconds to change that nose. It's got some special fasteners to enable them to do it properly, but of course carries a massive load from the front wing and the downforce, so it has to be fixed on securely. And well, we didn't see who he tripped over, but Coulthard clearly had a fine start and got into sort of 2/3 of the way into the pack by turn 1. It's clearly run into the back of somebody.
Yeah, and he has to tour out of the pit lane, of course, because there's a mandatory speed limit there, which you must not exceed. And if you do, you get a 10-second penalty, plus the time it takes you to slow down and come in, and then speed up and get out again. Meantime, on lap 2, you're looking at the 2nd place man, Mika Hakkinen, who is sandwiched between the 2 Ferraris of Michael Schumacher, 0.6 of a second ahead of him, and Rubens Barrichello 1.4 seconds behind him. Now, Michael Schumacher knows what the challenge is. He puts down the hammer as he goes at 200 miles an hour into turn 1, pursued by Ralf Schumacher, now in 4th position. Jarno Trulli is in 5th place. There is the white and blue Williams. There is the yellow Jordan in 6th position. An incredible 6th position, because Montoya, the Colombian, has come up into 6th position, and he started down in 12th place. So Montoya, who had a very grotty qualifying and practice sessions on the Friday and Saturday, is scything his way through the field. Replay.
So front runners all got a good start. You can see Frenson's Jordan absolutely stationary. He would later on spin his wheels and make a normal start. And let's see if we can find out where Coulthard had the problem. I suspect he's gone in the back of Bernoldi in the Arrows, because they both pitted at the end of the first lap, and the camera's cut away now. I can see Coulthard 2/3 of the way down, but there you're watching is Barrichello back at the front, making his way around the outside of turn 2, regaining that crucial 3rd place.
Yeah, great move by Rubens Barrichello to get past Ralf Schumacher, who had got past him. Ralf Schumacher, I suspect, doing the start all on his very own, operating his own clutch, operating his own throttle, and it certainly worked, but not for long enough. Meantime, I'm looking up into the skies. The clouds are as low as they were before. You can see on the right-hand side of your screens that they're pretty low, but no sign of rain yet. And race leader Michael Schumacher is now 1.2 seconds ahead of Mika Häkkinen. It is Ferrari leading McLaren, leading Ferrari in 3rd position. The Williams BMW on the top Michelin runner, because as ever this season, the entry is split between 2 tyre manufacturers, Bridgestone, who have got most of the cars, and Michelin, the French company, returning to Formula 1. And they won, of course, at the San Marino Grand Prix. Their top runner at the present moment, Ralf Schumacher in the Williams BMW. Montoya is in 6th position. And Montoya hungry for success. He led in Brazil magnificently after passing the man you're looking at now, Michael Schumacher, with a sensational move at the left-hander at the Senna S, only to be nerfed by Jos Verstappen out of the race.
Well, a new fastest lap by David Coulthard, who's last in 22nd place. Some 55 seconds then is Coulthard behind Michael Schumacher, your current leader. And the front 3 cars, and this is going to be a 3-horse race now, the front 3 cars are all lapping virtually at the same speed last time around, and that suggests they're all on the same, roughly the same fuel strategy.
Well, what we're expecting in this race, as you look at David Coulthard making his way up through the field, he hopes, and he was some 7 seconds behind Bernoldi in the Arrows, who is 21st. What we're expecting to happen is for most of the cars and drivers to have a 2-stop strategy. And if that is so, they will come in round about laps 26 and 41 in this 65-lap race. We're on lap 5 at the present moment, and things are going to start changing then. We're waiting to see if it does get wet, because, as I said earlier on, traction control will benefit the people who've got it enormously, because it will cut wheel spin.
Yes, and certainly as they get 10 or 15 laps into each of these dry stints, the traction control will be working overtime mode. Tyres go away very quickly here. So many high-speed corners. Strangely, the average lap speed here of about 125 miles an hour in the race is probably only the 10th or 11th fastest lap of the year that we have through the Grand Prix World. But the corners that are here are very, very long and take their toll on the tyres. Coulthard then another new fastest lap of the race, still very much at the tail end of the field.
He's lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than the man immediately in front of him. You're watching Schumacher leading at the end of the 5th lap, with 60 laps still to go. Häkkinen second, Barrichello third. Now, David Coulthard at the tail end of the field is lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than Bernoldi. He's 5 seconds behind him at the present moment, so in a couple of laps or so, he's going to be on the tail of the Arrows and surging past it. And then he's got to tackle Tasso Marquez in the European Minardi.
Yes, so Jenson Button having another miserable day so far, sadly, down in 19th place in the Benetton, already half a minute behind the race leader is Jenson, and really he's just going through a dismal period.
1/11th race distance, race order as you look at David Coulthard. Now you can see this is a replay. The front wing is totally missing off the... And look at it, tucked underneath. He's got somehow underneath the right-hand wheel. That was a replay. Of course, he's come in and had a new nose fitted, and he's now 3 seconds behind Bernoldi. We're on lap 6, which is 1/11th race distance. Michael Schumacher leading Häkkinen by 2 seconds. Barrichello is another 2 seconds behind him. Ralf Schumacher is lapping in the Williams in 4th place at about 1:23.4. That's about 1.5 seconds slower than the race leader. Jarno Trulli in the Jordan is in 5th place, and Montoya is holding on to that 6th position, and Montoya is about 1.5 seconds behind Trulli.
And to remind you, Michael Schumacher took 1 run less in qualifying yesterday than anybody else, and he was very economical with tyres through the free practice. He has 3 sets of new tyres.
Oh, Jaguar coming together, and that is Pedro de la Rosa in the Jaguar. And
Frentzen.
It's Frentzen with him. Now, they are just checking. Here's a replay.
That's into turn 7. Frentzen's gone up the inside and then couldn't help but run wide into De La Rosa.
De La Rosa, of course, this is his first race for Jaguar. It didn't last very long. Out of the event goes Heinz-Harald Frentzen. Well, Jordan, who had reliability problems last year, certainly appeared to have overcome that this season. And Frentzen had finished in every race this year, but certainly not this one. De La Rosa, who had been expected to go to the Prost team, instead joined Jaguar, only for his race to retire on the 7th of the 65 laps. And you can see Michael Schumacher is in the lead, 2 seconds ahead of Mika Häkkinen, looking good. He's got the race under control at the present moment. And so it's on lap 8 out of 65. Schumacher leading Häkkinen by 2 seconds. Rubens Barrichello is another 2 seconds further back in 3rd place. Ralf Schumacher is still 3rd. Trulli is still 5th in the sole Jordan. And Montoya is still in 6th position as we go for a break. Lap 9 out of 65 in Spain. De La Rosa and Frentzen have collided, are both out of the race. De La Rosa in the Jaguar and Frentzen in the Jordan. And you were looking at David Coulthard, last man in the race at the present moment as a result of not being able to get away on the line. He's caught Enrique Benoldi, who is in 19th place and is now past him. And Michael Schumacher on lap 10, and Benoldi out of the race. Now that's yet another retirement. Frentzen out, De La Rosa out, Jordan out, Jaguar out, and now Benoldi in the arrows. And I wondered if they made contact. We didn't see anything.
No, I think it's a technical problem for Benoldi on the side of the track, but it was significant. Coulthard caught him at 2 seconds a lap and then followed him for 3 laps until he broke down. So he's got his hands full coming through the grid. His next target is Tasso Marcus. That might be a bit easier down the straight. Then he'll be cruising up to Jenson Button. Meanwhile, up at the front, it's absolutely stationary at 1.8 second gap then. Mika Häkkinen very much keeping Michael Schumacher true and honest in these early stages of the Grand Prix, and that was new boy at Jaguar, Pedro de la Rosa, walking back.
Mark Stewart, Jackie Stewart's son, in the mauve shirt there, looking at the monitor in the Jaguar garage, and Mika Häkkinen pursuing Michael Schumacher for all he is worth. The gap is staying, as Martin said, at a steady 2 seconds. Looks as though the Finn cannot do anything about the German at the present moment. Will the positions change when they come in for their pit stops for the first time? Who knows? Who knows also what sort of a strategy they are on. But at the present moment, it certainly looks as though Michael Schumacher has got the race by the throat. Here is David Coulthard. This is a replay. He's just passed Enrique Benoldi in the arrows. And there it is, and off he goes. So Benoldi pulls off the track. No drama there at all, except for him, of course, out of the race. So that's Frentzen retired, De La Rosa retired. Benoldi is out of the race. David Coulthard is making his way up through the field. He will rapidly catch Tarso Marquez in the Minardi, who is 18th. But David's got a very, very tall order indeed. He desperately needs to get into the points. I remind you, as you watch Jenson Button here, and he's with Alonso in the other Minardi now. This is very significant. Button, who's got a shoulder problem, as you saw earlier on, has got past the Minardi.
It's Fisichella. So Fisichella scrapping with Alonso, 15th and 16th, but it's still a very significant situation. When did you last see a Minardi chasing a Benetton for all it's worth?
Yes, and Alonso is actually sandwiched by the Benettons. Fisichella there in 15th place, then Alonso, Jenson Button in 17th place. And Benetton, those of you who are wondering if they're ever going to get it right, the team that was so successful in 95 and 96 with Michael Schumacher, there is Jenson Button in the background. And news from Louise Goodman.
Yes, I'm going to have a chat with Pedro de la Rosa. Pedro, a disastrous return to Formula One for you. Martin Brundle felt that was perhaps an avoidable accident. What was your view?
Yeah, I just saw it in the very last moment, and when I saw it, I saw Heinz. I had nowhere to go. It was too late. I just tried to let him space, but it was too late. I didn't see him until when I was turning in. Then I turned to let him room, but he just touched my rear wheel, and then I went off.
Thanks, Pedro.
Fernando Alonso, that we were talking about earlier on, putting up a very brave fight indeed. When you think of the budgets that Benetton, Renault and European Minardi have got, it's a fantastic drive already by the 19-year-old Spaniard, the youngest driver in Grand Prix racing.
Yes, interestingly, of course, he is contracted to Flavio Briatore in Renault at what will become the Works Renault team, and at the moment he's sandwiching the two Works cars, albeit they're running 15th, 16th and 17th. But Alonso, definitely a name you're going to hear a lot more of in the future.
As you watch Mika Häkkinen approaching turn 1, and he's now on his 13th lap out of 65, pursuing Michael Schumacher, and was marginally quicker than him on the last lap, but it hasn't made any real difference. The gap is still 2 seconds a lap. Michael Schumacher will, of course, know exactly what the score is. Excellent radio systems these days. I wonder what the strategies are. Maybe James Allen can tell us.
Well, Murray, I'm down in the McLaren garage at the moment, and I'm expecting them to come in for the first stop around lap 23 to 25. But just looking through, last year, Mika Häkkinen took a little bit more fuel on board at the start and went as far as lap 26. The timing of the first stop absolutely crucial here, and I reckon there could be a bit of bluffing going on as well. You might see some mechanics coming out with the tyres, making it look as though they're ready to do a stop, try and make the opposition blink first, as Martin would put it, and then going back in again. It's absolutely key when you put the new tyres on here, and as soon as we start to see a driver with new tyres on going substantially quicker than he did before, then that's when everyone will dive in.
Massive drama last year, of course. Michael Schumacher leading the race from Mika Häkkinen. He came in for his first pit stop and got the lollipop man who lifts the board to tell him that all is clear behind him. Moved it a bit too soon. Michael Schumacher blasted out of the pits, as he was perfectly entitled to do, and took with him Nigel Stepney, the English chief mechanic at the time, and damaged Stepney's leg. They had to put a substitute refueler in for Michael Schumacher, and he made a bit of a mess of it second time round. And there's news from Louise.
Yes, I'm with Heinz-Harald Frentzen. Let's get the other side of the story. Heinz-Harald, Pedro said he didn't see you until it was too late. Is that how it appeared to you?
I don't know which helmet he's wearing, if he's able to see on the side, but it was clearly my corner. I was on the inside, and with his front wheel, he touched my rear wheel. Pretty obvious that that was my corner in this moment, but nevertheless, a racing accident happened also because I didn't have a very good start.
A rather unhappy Heinz Frentzen. Back to you, Murray.
Yeah, pretty magnanimous Heinz Frentzen. It's a normal situation. It was his fault. No, don't be ridiculous. It wasn't his fault. You know, everybody says it was the other bloke's fault. So you're looking now, it's continuing at Fisichella in 15th position, being chased by Fernando Alonso, and they're pulling away from Jenson Button. I'm looking, and Alonso having a look at Fisichella. He's going for that 15th place. Quite understandably, the Spanish producer is favouring his Spanish countryman, and we're seeing a lot of Alonso. We're going to see a lot of this young man in the future too, because he is a very accomplished driver. And it's lap 15 now in Spain. Already 15 laps have gone by, 50 laps to go, including at least 2 pit stops for the majority of the contestants. Michael Schumacher, who's won here twice, he's been twice 3rd position here. He was 5th last year. I was saying that when he'd made his 2nd pit stop last year, the fueler was the new fueler after Stepney had been hurt, was a bit slow on the uptake, and then Michael Schumacher had a puncture problem as well, but in spite of that, he finished in 5th position and got 2 World Championship points. Every point counts. He's 26 points at the present moment, and David Coulthard, who's sharing the lead with him, is now in 18th position. He's got past Tasso Marquez, and his next target is Jenson Button, followed by Alonso, followed by Fisichella. So that's going to be very interesting indeed when he closes up on them.
Brilliant cat and mouse game going on at the front. Michael puts another new fastest lap in, and Mika immediately just cruises into the same lap time and just pegging that gap, still at 1.8 seconds, as you can now see on the bottom of your screen. And really, these two, we've seen this so many times before, haven't we? These two just slugging it out at the front.
2-car race. I mean, you can see the gap between them. 1.5 seconds, 1.7 seconds, 2 seconds. But they're pulling away all the time from Rubens Barrichello, the other Ferrari driver, who's holding his 3rd position. He is now 6.7 seconds behind Michael Schumacher, and about 8 seconds in front as we ride with now Jos Verstappen in the arrows. He is in 12th place, pursuing the gifted Kimi Raikkonen, the new young Finn, 21 years old, who is driving for Sauber, having come up straight up from Formula Renault. Now, down to turn 1, he's doing about 200 miles an hour as he backs off. The right, the left, it starts to climb now. Then he goes into the very, very long double 90. Turn 3, 4th gear, about 125 miles an hour. Then there's a bit of a straight before the end of the first sector of this 3-sector course into turn 4. And Verstappen goes into turn 4. We go into a break. In the McLaren, as Michael Schumacher now is cutting his way through the field. He's just lapped Tasso Marquez on lap 18 out of 65. Marquez in the European Minardi is last, and there goes Häkkinen through to lap him. Now Häkkinen has closed up a bit on Michael Schumacher as a result of the German lapping the Brazilian.
Yes, Michael's lost 9/10 of a second in the middle part of that lap. He'd previously put a couple of really hot laps in to build up to 2.3 second lead, now down to 1.6. And also Coulthard managed, Alonso made a pit stop. He's on a 3-stopper this afternoon. Coulthard then quite easily making his way past Fisichella. Next target, Luciano Berti in the Prost in 14th place.
Coming up to 1/3 distance, Michael Schumacher leads the Spanish Grand Prix as in comes the Benetton for the first of its scheduled stops. Now Jenson Button is now last in the race. Fisichella has been passed and has still got Tasso Marquez well behind him, and Alonso, and out goes Jenson Button. That's his first stop. It was on lap 19 out of 65. Schumacher leads Häkkinen by 1.5 seconds. Barrichello 6.3 seconds third. Ralf Schumacher in the Williams BMW is 14.14 seconds behind his brother. Fifth is Jarno Trulli. We haven't seen Juan Pablo Montoya, the second Williams BMW driver, but he's very much in this race. He is in the points. He's yet to finish a Grand Prix, never mind score a World Championship point, and he will be desperately hoping that this is the time when he breaks his duck, scores a point, over the line goes Schumacher. Fastest lap of the race so far, 1:21.832, well inside the previous lap record of 1:24.2. So he's broken the lap record by some 2.2 seconds. The result, no doubt, of the superior rubber, because both the Michelin and the Bridgestone companies are running softer compounds here than they would have had at that time. And here is the other European Minardi. It's Tasso Marquez. Now Alonso has been in, so Marquez is clearly on a 3-stop strategy as well. Lap 20 coming up to 1/3 distance. Second, Mika Häkkinen, there he is, 3 times a winner. The last 3 years, in fact, 2000, 99 and 98, and his course, world champion in 1998 and 99. And he's chasing the current world champion, Michael Schumacher, and it is absolutely clear that McLaren have got their car right after the problems they had in Australia and Malaysia, the first 2 races of the year. And the people that were discounting Mika Häkkinen and saying he's passed it, well, it was so ludicrous that it was not even worth considering, but how wrong they were. Look, as Jarno Trulli now, 5th position in the yellow Jordan, has got Juan Pablo Montoya right on his gearbox. The Colombian is a real hard charger, and he is charging.
Yes, we've seen Trulli locking up virtually every time we've caught a glimpse of him, and Montoya having a much stronger race than he has qualifying, in fact, than he has for a couple of Grand Prix now. So Montoya on a charge, and we know how aggressive he can be if he gets a half a chance of a pass.
Yeah, Montoya, I remind you, started 12th on the grid. Now he has got well ahead of Olivier Panis, and look at the way he's sliding that car. People said you couldn't slide a car with traction control. I'm not sure whether Williams are using it. I suspect they're not. In which case it is a bit of right foot driving that Montoya is doing. He's also got ahead of Heidfeld in the Sauber, who's down in 8th position. He's got ahead of Jacques Villeneuve, who started in front of him and is now in 7th place. And Montoya is challenging Jarno Trulli from Italy in the Jordan. You saw him earlier on talking to Louise Goodman when they were out in the Jordan Honda Powerboat.
But they're 2 seconds a lap slower than the leaders, and I can't help but think that truly, and who's that off? Ralf Schumacher.
Ralf Schumacher, who was 4th. So, out of the race, he's not going to get back in the race. He's beached it. The bottom of the car, the under tray is resting on the gravel. He must have just slid off the circuit out of 4th position. Up into 4th place comes Jarno Trulli. Up into 5th place comes Montoya. Up into the points comes Jacques Villeneuve in the BAR, pursued by Heidfeld and Eddie Irvine. And into the pits come the Jordan and the Williams absolutely together.
Yes, a quite early stop then at the end of lap 22, so they're coming in absolutely together. Current 5th and 6th place man, in reality 4th and 5th, now that Ralf Schumacher, I think, fell off all by himself. Just made a driving error. Who's out first?
Oh,
and it's Montoya.
Yeah, Montoya's got ahead. Montoya's got ahead. Brilliant bit of pit work by the Williams team and mechanics, and Montoya has gained a place. This is a replay.
It's in the downshift, Murray. You brake very, very late into that corner. You get a huge weight transfer forwards. Got to come down 5 gears, and suddenly you just snatch the rear wheels, and it's like a pendulum. As soon as the mass behind you gets to a certain angle, absolutely no amount of steering correction or whatever will bring it back, and Ralf then beached and out of the race.
Fisichella in the Benetton, about to be engulfed by Michael Schumacher, race leader. 14th is lapped by 1st, and Mika Häkkinen is being held up because in front of Mika Häkkinen is the arrows there, you see, and he's passed it now, and now he has got to get past Fisichella in the Benetton as Michael Schumacher sprints away. The gap is still 1.8 seconds, or was at the end of the previous lap. They're on lap 23 out of 65.
Yes, the problem you always have leading any motor race is if you're when you're coming through the back markers, you're tending to wake them up and alert them. I mean, we're barely a third into the race and they're being lapped, so then they're much more aware for the next man coming through.
And where I can hear you saying is David Coulthard, the answer is that he's passed Fisichella. You saw that happen. He's 13th at the present moment, but he's 11 seconds behind Luciano Bertis-Prost in 12th position. He's lapping about 1.4 seconds a lap faster, so it's going to take him some time to catch him. And then he's got to get past Trulli and Alesi and Montoya and Raikkonen and Panis if he's to get into the points. But the good news for British enthusiasts and Jaguar enthusiasts is that Eddie Irvine is now in 6th position. Ferrari, into the pits comes Schumacher.
Yep. Schumacher in the pits this time, an early stop, James.
Yeah, bang on time, actually. We said lap 23, and this is exactly what he did last year. He stopped on 23, and Häkkinen stopped on 26. Watch how much fuel goes in. Should be about 7.6 seconds worth. That's a bang on target for a 2-stopper. The clock, I'm just waiting to see. Yeah, it's about 8.2 seconds. I timed it 8.2, guys, so bang on target for a 2-stopper. Perhaps a reasonable amount of fuel for a middle stint. Let's wait and see what Häkkinen does.
Yeah, let's, because Michael Schumacher rolls majestically out of the pit lane, gives it bags of welly as he crosses this line, which indicates that he is clear of the mandatory speed limit area, and gets back into the race.
A smile on the face of the McLaren people, because they know then that if they can do another 3 laps, let's say, or whatever they can do, suggest their car is carrying about 0.2 of a second more fuel than the Ferrari on the weight. So Villeneuve he was in 4th place at that time, making a good 8-second stop there. So Häkkinen now needs to pull out some banzai, almost Schumacher-esque mid-race laps.
Indeed he does, and the fastest lap we have so far is Schumacher, 1:21.832. Mark that. And Häkkinen leads the race. Michael Schumacher is 2nd, still ahead of Rubens Barrichello. Villeneuve is 4th, Heidfeld is up to 5th, Eddie Irvine is still 6th.
Catch a load of that, 1:21.6 over the line then. A new lap record from Mika Häkkinen, and he's doing exactly what he has to do. You've got to wonder why he didn't push a bit harder earlier, because he wasn't in the dirty era of the Ferrari. He was holding station about 2 seconds behind. Now he's got to maximise whatever fuel load he's got in that car.
Yeah, this is a classic bit of motor racing you are watching. Race leader goes in, new nose cone for the Benetton of Giancarlo Fisichella. He's had a coming together with something or other. he was down in 15th place, which means to say that Alonso, who fought him so hard, even though he's had a pit stop, will probably be back in front of him. Now, you remember that previous lap of Mika Häkkinen's 1:21.6. Let's see how this one stacks up. He's just done the fastest lap of the race. If he can keep it going like this, when he comes in to make his pit stop, which should be shorter than Michael Schumacher's by virtue of the fact he's got to take less fuel on, it's going to be very, very close indeed for the leadership of the Spanish Grand Prix.
And not another clutch problem, surely, for the BAR. Remember, it was Villeneuve, wasn't it, getting parked in the pits. And this time around, Panis having some kind of a problem. Maybe he just stalled it. Should be a computer-controlled anti-stall system on there that virtually prevents that. And it's Barrichello in this time around.
From second position, because he got ahead of his teammate Michael Schumacher. The Ferrari mechanics already. Beautiful controlled stop. Now, Michael Schumacher's stop took 8.7 seconds. On go a set of new boots. The fuel filler is still in. Steps well back. No clock. Can't tell you what the time was, but it looked like a very good, clean stop to me.
1:21.1 for Michael Schumacher, using those brand new tyres I was starting to tell you about early in the race. He's been so smart this weekend. He's the only man with 3 new sets of tyres available. Some of the others, only 1 new set available to them. And now, at a crucial stage of the race, it's Michael, despite the fuel load, managing to pull out the stunningly quick times, and he's even quicker than Häkkinen's best efforts to close that gap right now.
And he's 7/10 of a second faster than his teammate David Coulthard that you're watching now, who's clawed his way up to 11th in the race after having started 22nd. He crosses the line to complete his 25th lap into his 26th lap. And Michael Schumacher, the fastest man on the race. When Mika Häkkinen comes in, it is going to be dynamite. Who gets past the finish line first when Mika Häkkinen comes out of the pits? Will it be him? Will it be Michael Schumacher? The one who does will be the race leader.
Be touch and go, because I don't think Michael's stop was particularly spectacular, but that 1:21.1 certainly was, and he's on another reasonable lap right now. I think he's had to pass a car through this middle part, so it's going to be very, very close. Depends on the quality of Häkkinen's in-lap, which we can't time, and of course the quality of the pit stop itself. But if I had to put my money on it, I would say Michael's still effectively just in the lead of this race. Coulthard up to 8th place, but mostly because there's been a spate of pit stops of cars in front of him, but making his way reasonably nicely through the pack.
Yeah, David had a stop, of course, but it wasn't his expected fuel stop early on in the race. He had that problem. And now Mika Häkkinen, here he is, closing up on tail enders again, who will delay him a bit. This is lap 27. It's 2 laps since Michael Schumacher was in, and he is now in second place ahead of Rubens Barrichello as a result of the Brazilian stop. And Michael Schumacher is 23 seconds behind Häkkinen. It really is going to be close.
McLaren pit stop this time around, and Häkkinen in the pit lane. James, are you there?
Yes, I'm waiting for Mika Häkkinen. Now, of course, it's the opposite of Japan last year, folks, because McLaren know exactly how much fuel went into that Ferrari, so they know how long Michael will race for. They've got to get Mika out. In my view, he needed 25 seconds to be safe, so it's going to be very close indeed. The tyres he's putting on are not new. There's a delay getting the hose off. It's not a great stop by Häkkinen.
And I'm looking for Michael Schumacher. There he goes over the line as Häkkinen is trundling out. Michael Schumacher, there he is in the background. You just saw him, he's retaken the lead. Michael Schumacher crosses the line and retakes the lead as Mika Häkkinen comes out of the pits. Now again in second position. So that searing lap that Schumacher put in has done the trick. Lap 28, race order. Michael Schumacher, 3 times world champion, leads the Spanish Grand Prix, which he's already won twice, from Mika Häkkinen and Rubens Barrichello. And up into 4th position, Juan Pablo Montoya in the Williams BMW, ahead of Jacques Villeneuve and Jarno Trulli.
Yeah, Montoya having a great afternoon then, so he cleared Trulli in the pit stops, and I think when Villeneuve stopped a little bit later, Montoya's passed him too, so a genuine 4th place then now for Montoya. But Schumacher retains the lead. That double pull they had to take on the fuel hose, and his sprinting 1:21.1 lap has enabled him to very much stay in the lead of this race. Like James, I wondered if McLaren might short-fill Mika Häkkinen just to get himself track position, but maybe that would have been a bit of a false dawn anyway. And, well, the cat and mouse game is back on.
Yeah, it's very easy to make the decisions for somebody else when you haven't got the responsibility. I'm surprised too. It would have seemed a fairly sensible thing to do, but now Bertie in 14th position, who is now 2 places behind his teammate Jean Alesi in his first race for Prost, is being caught to be lapped by race leader Michael Schumacher, and there in 2nd place Mika Häkkinen in the McLaren. And McLaren are coming out into the pit lane. That will be to bring David Coulthard in on lap 29 for his first fuel and tyre stop, as opposed to the new nose cone stop which he had early on in the race after his collision. So Schumacher leads, it's lap 29, the gap is 2.5 seconds, which is as much as, if not slightly more than, it has been. Ferrari leads McLaren, leads Ferrari with Barrichello. Williams BMW in the points with Montoya. BAR in the points with Jacques Villeneuve, who's yet to finish in the points this year. And David Coulthard, you see, in the pits. Now, he came in 8th position, only 1.9 seconds ahead of Eddie Irvine, so the Jaguar will have got track position and moved up into that 8th place. Probably Kimi Räikkönen in his wheel tracks will have gone up as well. I'm waiting to see confirmation of that as they go past us. As Schumacher comes through to complete another lap, now closing up on Jos Verstappen in the other arrows, who is in 13th position, 80.6 seconds behind Michael Schumacher, immediately ahead of him on the track, which means to say that Michael Schumacher is some 3 miles effectively ahead of the arrows on the 30th out of 65 laps. Well, Mika Häkkinen really has got it now. He's looking good for a minimum of 6 World Championship points to add to the 4 that he's got already. Every little helps. He's got so used to winning races, and as I said earlier on, it's 8 races since he did so.
Yeah, so those new tyres that Michael's got up his sleeve give him an advantage for about the first 2 or 3 flying laps, and of course that's going to be critical as it's neck and neck between the Ferrari Michael Schumacher, McLaren of Mika Häkkinen. We'll be back shortly.
This is half distance at the Catalunya circuit for the Spanish Grand Prix. and you're looking at Michael Schumacher, who's just edging away from the car you're looking at now, that of Mika Häkkinen. The gap has increased from about 1.8 seconds to 2.9 seconds. On his previous lap, Michael Schumacher, who's scything his way through traffic, was 0.7 of a second faster than Mika Häkkinen. That has improved the gap between the two of them. Rubens Barrichello is still there. It's looking very good for Ferrari again in this race. It's perhaps slightly early days to be talking about championship points in this race, but at the present moment, Ferrari are on 14 World Championship points in the Constructors' contest, compared with 6 for McLaren, because Häkkinen in second place is the only point scorer for the team at the moment. David Coulthard is down in 11th place, and he's got to gain another 5 places before he could be in the running for 1 World Championship point. Absolutely terrible luck for the Scotsman, who had driven so brilliantly in the first 4 races of the year. A win, 2 second places and a 3rd place on the podium in every race. And then he had that problem of not being able to get away on the line, as a result of which he had to start at the back of the grid, which shot himself in the foot very thoroughly indeed. Michael Schumacher now coming up to Tarso Marquez to lap him for the 2nd time. This is the 33rd lap, so if he keeps this up, he's going to be about 4 laps ahead of the Brazilian. And Marquez is soldiering on. He was the last to qualify. He is the last in the race. Let's hope he doesn't get in the way. He does not do so. And Michael Schumacher laps him, continues on his seemingly victorious way. Lap 33 out of 65, over half distance then. And Ferrari looking very good indeed. Williams BMW still looking good in spite of the fact that Ralf Schumacher spun off earlier on, and Montoya is in that 4th place. BAR still on 2 World Championship points for Jacques Villeneuve, whose teammate Panis started in front of him but is now in 10th position compared with Villeneuve's 5th place, and the Jordan of Jarno Trulli is still in 6th position. And the remaining lot in the top 10 are Heidfeld 7th, Irvine Jaguar 8th, Raikkonen in the 2nd Sauber is 9th, so both the Saubers are in the top 9, and Olivier Panis is 10th.
The next man down the track at the moment for Michael Schumacher is Coulthard, 11th place man, who's currently 75 seconds behind as he's trying to find his way through the pack, and he's going to find it harder now, is David Coulthard, because the runners in front of him, Panis, Raikkonen, Irvine, Heidfeld, they're albeit a second a lap slower, they're very fast cars, and they're going to be so difficult for him to overtake. In a way, if the leaders come through and push the pack around, it may give him a better chance to make up places, as ironic as it seems, if he may be lapped at the same time. Coulthard better be hoping, I suspect, that it's going to rain this afternoon before the race is finished. Louise.
Get a word from Ralf Schumacher here. Ralf, I know Williams have had some problems with their electronics this weekend. Did that contribute to her accident, or was it just a simple mistake?
No, I don't know yet. I mean, it's pretty early to say now. I mean, strange was I was totally straight. I touched the brakes, and all of a sudden the rear came out. So there was something quite strange. Well, rather I locked the rear simply, the rear brakes, or something else was wrong. We have to check that, because I wouldn't say that you usually spin at that position.
Bit of a contrast to last weekend for the last race.
I mean, these things happen. You know, it was a shame because I was in a relatively stable 4th position. I was catching up Barrichello again, so it was a shame, yeah.
You have to be very phlegmatic in this business, Martin. Ralf Schumacher, a brilliant win for the first time in Italy 2 weeks ago. Off the circuit this time, and take the rough with the smooth.
It's a 17-race championship, and you can jump and scream and shout all you like. It will not drag a Formula 1 car out of a gravel trap. We'll have to wait and see why he went off the road. And the remaining Jordan in the race of Trulli, and I don't understand Trulli. He has some kind of mindset in a race where he seems to pace himself. He doesn't seem to really thrash that car for all it's worth. And once again, he is now falling back through. Montoya and Villeneuve have cleared him, although he's keeping Villeneuve within his sights, and Trulli never seems to fully deliver his potential, Murray.
No, you're absolutely right. There is Jacques Villeneuve, who, as I said in qualifying yesterday, has made a massive personal investment in terms of his money and his time and his ability in joining BAR, the new team, a couple of seasons ago. dreadful first season in 1999, a better one last year. But things really haven't gone terribly well for Jacques Villeneuve. He's still to score a World Championship point this year. His highest position was 7th place in Brazil. And we're back again now looking at not Michael Schumacher in the lead, but the man who is 16 seconds behind him in the other Ferrari, Rubens Barrichello, who is 3rd in the World Championship behind championship leader Michael Schumacher and David Coulthard, who are still equally in the lead. It doesn't look as though they're going to be at the end of this race if Michael Schumacher keeps going the way he is on that potential 10 World Championship points and David Coulthard not scoring any, in which case I'm just working out, no, Rubens Barrichello would not be able to move up into 2nd place, but he would only be a few points behind in that case. So Michael Schumacher there, undoubtedly the best Grand Prix driver of the day, comes through to complete another lap. That is the end of his 36th lap into lap 37, 65 laps. He's pacing himself now because he's increasingly pulling away from Mika Häkkinen. On the previous lap, he increased the gap by just 0.2 of a second. Doesn't sound much, I know, but if you multiply 0.2 of a second by 65 laps, it comes to quite a few seconds at the end of the race.
And the car's working beautifully. Michael really not having to push too hard. You sense it's Häkkinen that's just about hanging on up front there rather than Michael being under any kind of pressure, and that's why he's edging that 3.7 second lead he has now. He can be more confident in the back markers, and he can just look, he's hardly working at the steering wheel at all. Really, the car's working beautifully.
You know, there was a media frenzy after the first 2 races of the year, which were commandingly won by Schumacher in the Ferrari, and the gist of their message was, oh, what a dull season it's going to be because Ferrari and Michael Schumacher are going to be unbeatable. Well, David Coulthard proved him wrong with that brilliant win in Brazil, and then his brother Ralph proved them wrong with that brilliant win at the San Marino Grand Prix in Italy. And then the media was saying, oh, it's all up for Ferrari, they're over the hill. Well, Michael Schumacher said yesterday, you can get things wrong, and they've got things wrong. We've had 1 or 2 problems in the last 2 races, but believe me, we've lost none of our ability, none of our speed, none of our togetherness. We've still got Ross Brawn, we've still got Rory Byrne, we've still got Paolo Martinelli, who is the engine man. We've still got our brilliant team manager, Jean Todt, and although he didn't say it, of course, they've still got Michael Schumacher. And those 5 men together make an absolutely brilliant partnership, and they're proving it in this race. Lap 38, 4 seconds, no, sorry, 3.6 seconds ahead of Mika Häkkinen, as we look at Kimi Räikkönen, the Finn in the Sauber, the sensation of the year 2001, chasing Eddie Irvine's Jaguar in 8th position. The green Jaguar, the only one left in the race, De La Rosa, of course, out after that, coming together with Heinz-Harald Frentzen early in the race. They were the first 2 retirements. Benaldi out in the Arrows, Ralf Schumacher out in the Williams, and on lap 38, Michael Schumacher leads Mika Häkkinen by 3.6 seconds, Rubens Barrichello by 18 seconds, Montoya by 45, Villeneuve by nearly 50, and Jarno Trulli by 52 seconds. Going for a break, we'll be back. outskirts of Barcelona, Spain. It is lap 40 out of 65, just about 2/3 race distance. And still, Michael Schumacher, Ferrari, leads Mika Häkkinen, but by an increased margin. It is now 3.3 seconds, with Rubens Barrichello 20 seconds back from Schumacher in third position. Ferrari leads, McLaren second. Barrichello is in third place, still ahead of Juan Pablo Montoya's Williams BMW in fourth position. Jacques Villeneuve is fifth for BAR, looking as though he might score his first points of the season. Jarno Trulli is sixth for Jordan, making no impression at all on Villeneuve in front of him. And Nick Heidfeld is seventh. Now there is a battle going on further back, because David Coulthard is now 10th, having started 22nd and fought his way up through the field. There have been retirements, of course. Frentzen and De La Rosa collided. Bernoldi went off. Ralf Schumacher went off. There are 4 retirements, as a result of which there are 18 cars left in the race. Jenson Button has been lapped twice in the Benetton Renault and is 18th. And that is Mika Häkkinen.
Yes, if you missed the start of the race, you'll need to know that David Coulthard stalled on the dummy grid, and then at the start of the race managed to trip over Bernoldi in turn 3 or 4, lost his front wing, so had to make a lengthy stop. So was running plumb last by some margin, and we don't know if it was a mistake or a technical problem of him on the line, but it certainly spoiled his afternoon. As you watch Trulli leaving the pits after taking on board 9.4 seconds worth of fuel. European Minardi there, can't see the driver, it must be Alonso, he's in the pit according to the computer.
Martin, in this particular event, on this particular circuit, the traction control that we've heard so much about probably won't make all that much difference compared with somewhere like Monaco, for instance.
I think it will make a big difference, Murray. I've been listening to how much traction control they're using through the corners. You can't hear it so much in turn 4. There's some smaller corners later in the lap where it's really banging and popping and spluttering. It sounds like a load of gravel in a 5-gallon drum being washed around. It's an awful sound and a crime to make a Formula 1 car sound like that, in my view. But I think they're leaning on it quite heavily.
And it can be a killer for the engines, of course, because they're spinning at some 18,000 RPM. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. You heard Häkkinen's car splattering there. Montoya in for his second scheduled stop of the afternoon.
And Villeneuve. Villeneuve's in there as well, and they were 4th and 5th. And Montoya gets out, and Villeneuve is held and has failed to make any impression on the Williams BMW on that pit stop. And Mika Häkkinen is now over 4 seconds behind Michael Schumacher. I don't know whether we can learn anything from this in terms of the relative strengths of Ferrari and Schumacher and Häkkinen and McLaren. If we can, it is that Ferrari are marginally stronger, because Schumacher at the wheel is just steadily inching away and increasing that gap over the flying Finn, as he signs himself. Into the pits comes the Bennett, an adjustment of the front wing there. It's Giancarlo Fisichella revving the engine, 16th position. And I keep on saying this, but it's a bad race for Benetton. Not that they really expected anything else. They're down in 16th and 18th positions out of the 18 people who are in this race. Meantime, at Viry-Châtillon, on the outskirts of Paris, the Renault technicians at Renault Sport are working furiously to improve the horsepower of their V10 111-degree engine, and my goodness, they need to. And Ferrari, as you saw for yourselves, are getting ready to bring, I imagine, race leader Michael Schumacher in for his second stop, just about bang on target. Last year, Mika Häkkinen came on at lap 41 and lap 42. Here is Schumacher. Up goes the filler cap, and the refueler just waits, and bang, a beautiful stop. Michael Schumacher stops millimetrically perfect so that the fuel filler can slot in.
Brand new set of tyres again then for Michael, and that was the stop that cost him this race last year when they had the fuel problems and the lollipop went up too early, but no such problems for Michael this time around, and surely now, barring problems, and he's driving so easily and so smoothly anyway. I don't think he's near the limit at all yet of his performance this afternoon. Surely Michael Schumacher now has this race in the bag.
Yeah, you can tell from the car language that Michael Schumacher is very well within his limits. He is on lap 44 now. Like Mika Häkkinen has gone through, of course, and there he is. He's coming up to Jacques Villeneuve, who is in 8th position in the BAR. So we're getting the second fuel stops now, just about absolutely bang on target. I was expecting them round about laps 23 and 41, and that's more or less when they have come in.
And well, Mika clearing the BAR easily there, and just to add more pain to the Häkkinen camp, he's had a pretty difficult lap, just where he needs to be sprinting. He's caught a gaggle of cars as Button is in for his second stop of the afternoon. So Jenson Button then, and each time he comes in, they're having to stick the fuel flap filler down. That's what they were doing last time around with a bit of helicopter tape, and that's why they lost so much time. But there's Coulthard currently up in 7th place, but yet to stop again.
Yeah, David Coulthard currently up into 7th place, and that is 1 place off a World Championship point as he closes up on the 6th place man, Juan Pablo Montoya. But as you rightly point out, Martin, as Barrichello comes in for his stop, David Coulthard has yet to do the same thing. Hear that engine racing in the background. Out he goes. Nice smooth one. Watch the filler. No, you didn't see it. But the filler cap over the main orifice closes automatically as the driver changes up into a higher gear. Out back onto the track goes Rubens Barrichello, looking good for 4 World Championship points, joining behind Giancarlo Fisichella and ahead of Luciano Berti, who is in 13th position. Here is Häkkinen, and it's lap 45 out of 65. And I say again, the retirements in the order that they left the race. Frentzen and De La Rosa, I put them together because they went out together. It was a collision. They're both perfectly okay, each blaming the other. So Nolde out in the Arrows, Ralf Schumacher out in the Williams, and into a points place goes David Coulthard. But now he is in the pits. There he is.
They've stopped Coulthard early. He was getting held up behind Montoya. So I think they've reversed the 2 McLarens around. Coulthard getting well out of shape 2 or 3 times into that corner. He's had a moment through this afternoon under braking, but I think they've decided to pit him early, so in a hope he can clear Montoya and get genuinely up into the points.
Yeah, and in the past, the championship has been won by not 1 point, but by half a point. In 1984, Niki Lauda in the McLaren beat Alain Prost, his McLaren teammate at the Portuguese Grand Prix, to get the extra half point that was needed. And the reason that there'd only been half a point in it is that in the Monaco Grand Prix that year, the race distance was cut short, as a result of which only half points were awarded. And poor Alain Prost lost the World Championship by just half a point. He went on, of course, to win eventually in 1993 his 4th World Championship. Only one man in the history of Formula One has done better than that. The great Juan Manuel Fangio, who won it 5 times for 4 different constructors. Lap 47, Mika Häkkinen, Michael Schumacher out in front ahead of Rubens Barrichello. Eddie Irvine was up into 4th position in the Jaguar, but is now in the pits.
Yes, Mika Häkkinen then is leading the race by 21.4 seconds, of course, yet to come in for a stop, so we know that to be around 25 seconds for a stop. He'll have to take on less fuel than Michael Schumacher. Of course, he needs less in this stop to get to the end of the race, but I don't see it being anything like enough. Häkkinen doesn't have the speed now, and clearly Michael cannot have any more pit stop problems. There's no way, there's nothing available, no tools available to McLaren now to springboard Häkkinen into the lead of this race.
No, and it means that there's a lot of very hard work to do. How the fortunes can change in Formula One, because look at how dominant McLaren were in 98 and 99, with Ferrari nevertheless winning the Constructors' World Championship in 1999, which they repeated last year. when Michael Schumacher took the Drivers' Championship for the 3rd time in his career, the 1st time for Ferrari, and now, without a doubt, Ferrari have got the edge over the great McLaren team. And P1 goes out the board to Mika Häkkinen. He knows he's in the lead, but he also knows he's got to come in, and he also knows that Michael Schumacher has already done so. The lead now is just a whisker under 23 seconds. Mika Häkkinen leading the Spanish Grand Prix on lap 48.
Not entirely sure I understand McLaren's philosophy this afternoon, in that clearly Mika Häkkinen is always going 3 to 4 laps longer than Michael Schumacher, therefore carrying more fuel, a heavier car almost all afternoon. And I really don't see how that could pay off, especially as the tyre degradation here is enormous, and a new set of tyres is always going to keep Michael somewhere in the lap time window that he needed to be in. So still wondering maybe if they could have short-filled Häkkinen in the middle sector of the race and tried to bring him into play, as it were.
Well, remember what I said earlier on when I was talking to Jim in the studio? Is it going to rain? Yes, it is, I said, but maybe it won't. Well, it hasn't. It's still as dry as a bone here. The clouds are still as black as ever overhead, but they've yet to discharge any of their cargo. It was a beautiful day on Thursday when we came here. It was excellent on Friday, the first day of practicing. It was excellent yesterday for practicing and qualifying. It's been dull today, but it's still dry.
Mika then going a long way on this stint, having been talking about how much fuel he's got on board. He really had a lot of fuel on board. He's now into the 49th lap. His lead is up to 23.5 seconds now, so a critical stage here. And that's Barrichello with a problem, is it?
Yeah, it looks like it. I wondered if there was anything significant. You saw Adrian Newey there in the black cap and the McLaren uniform, who is the team's designer, talking to Pat Fry, who is the top man on the strategy side.
I think that's got a broken suspension, Mary, broken right rear suspension. That's why his left front's in the air. That's not a puncture. We think he's been off, but whether it's cause or effect, I don't know. I suspect suspension failure would be a cause, and that'll be a great worry for Ferrari. Mika Häkkinen, meanwhile, having just said they've got no tools to get him in front, is on a bit of a charge. Has he got enough fuel? Can he go far enough to close up what was a 4.7-second gap before Michael Schumacher pitted, James?
Yeah, we shouldn't get too distracted by this Barrichello thing, because significant as it is that he's gone off, as you say, Martin, it's now 24.6 seconds, this gap from Häkkinen to Schumacher. You were saying you didn't quite understand their strategy, the strategy of the McLaren team. Possibly, I think it is that the traffic would come into play, and Michael Schumacher is now stuck behind Montoya in particular, and other traffic and cars in the way. We're not far away from Häkkinen's stop. It's going to be very close indeed, because he'll only be stationary for about just over 6 seconds, and it could be just a second in it will decide this Grand Prix.
Yeah, that's thank you, James. It's a very silly thing I've just seen. They've changed the tyres of Barrichello's, but surely it's a failure. It's a rear suspension failure, not just a question of a puncture, and they've sent him on his way again.
Yeah, I wondered. I wondered whether we were seeing Eddie. I wondered whether that was a replay, Martin. Oh, Eddie Irvine out of the race. Eddie Irvine in the Jaguar retires. His teammate Pedro Dalla Rosa has already done so. Eddie Irvine, who was in an excellent for the Jaguar team this year, 8th position. He's finished in 11th place, and that's the only race he finished in Australia. But meantime, Mika Häkkinen is going quicker than ever as his fuel load decreases, and he puts the hammer down, and I can see the McLaren mechanics out in the pit lane now. Without a doubt, Mika Häkkinen is going to be coming in at the end of this lap, and he does so. Mika Häkkinen in, and he comes in with a 26-second lead. It's going to be mighty close.
Yes, it is. I don't know what's going on with Michael Schumacher out there, but James, tell us through about the pit stop.
Fantastic atmosphere down here. It's just come towards McLaren in literally the last 2 laps. Michael Schumacher's just dropped off the pace. Maybe traffic, whatever. Häkkinen's put the hammer down. Slight delay, but a nice stop by Häkkinen. It's going to be very, very, very close.
Yeah, I'm looking for Michael Schumacher, and he still hasn't gone through, unlike the last time. And Mika Häkkinen's coming down to the end of the pit lane. Michael Schumacher just is into the straight, and Mika Häkkinen is going to get the lead. He does so. There is Mika Häkkinen. He's in the lead as Michael Michael Schumacher comes out to lap Jos Verstappen. It's going to be a fantastic last 15 laps of this race because Michael Schumacher has done his stops. Mika Häkkinen has done his stops. Mika Häkkinen is on a newer set of tyres and will therefore have greater grip. And Rubens Barrichello in my sight as I look across the pit lane rolls out of the race into the garage, and Montoya in the Williams moves up into a podium position, 3rd place. What a development.
I can't believe Ferrari didn't see that, the team didn't see Barrichello's real problem on the TV screens, but how wrong was I about McLaren not having the tools to get Häkkinen in front. And I really don't know what happened to Michael's laps. He had 2 or 3 very, very slow laps. It must have been through the traffic. Meanwhile, Mika had got a lot of fuel on board, did put on a big spurt, and it's, as James said, over the course of 2 or 3 laps, this race just completely turned around.
Yeah, the last race Mika Häkkinen won was the Belgian Grand Prix last year. He's gone through Italy and America and Japan and Malaysia and Australia and Malaysia again and Brazil and San Marino without a victory. Is this going to be the one that breaks the position for him? Well, he's in the lead now. You can look back down the track and see Michael Schumacher. The gap was 3.5 seconds. Now they've completed a lap after Mika Häkkinen has done his stop, and we will start to see whether Schumacher can make up any ground. It is lap 52. It is a 65-lap race. Montoya is 3rd. Villeneuve is 4th. Trulli is in 5th place. Nick Heidfeld looks as though he is going to score another point this season. He's already finished in 3rd place in Brazil, 4th place in Australia. He is in 6th position for Sauber at the present moment as you look at this replay of Rubens Barrichello with his left front wheel up in the air. Now, I wondered, Martin, when we saw him go off, whether it was a replay and that might have caused the problem before he came into the pits.
No, well, I don't know. I didn't see the full sequence. That's a replay of Irvine's Jaguar and blowing up. He parks it right underneath the stand of the team bosses, so they'll smell the oil burning, unfortunately. Steps out, walks directly into his garage. Didn't see the Barrichello sequence, other than we saw him get out of shape under braking. I'm pretty sure that it's the rear suspension failure that put him off the road. And meanwhile, Michael Schumacher's pace has definitely slowed down. Michael Schumacher lapping nowhere near what he was before, some 1.4 seconds slower than his fastest lap of the race at the moment.
So the next question is, can David Coulthard, who is in 7th place, catch and pass Nick Heidfeld? He's lapping about 1 second a lap faster than the German, but he's 6 seconds behind him. It could well be that David Coulthard will be in the pits. We're leaving Spain, but as ever, we will be returning. look at this. Mika Häkkinen leading the Spanish Grand Prix on lap 55, and he has just lapped Jarno Trulli, who is in 5th place, as we join Louise Goodman.
Who's with Eddie Irvine. Eddie, we saw your engine failure. Disappointing for you because you've had a strong afternoon up till then.
Yeah, it was as good a race as we could have done, really. We're just too slow, you know, really. If you qualify 13th at this place where you're limited on strategy and overtaking is impossible, to do well is pretty difficult. With a great software guy for the start, I can't claim a good start anymore. So some anonymous person in the Cosworth truck did a good job today, and I made up a few places there, and then we had the right strategy for our situation. We just need to make the car quicker so we qualify closer to the front, and then we can do something.
Thanks, Eddie.
And to cheer everybody up at the Catalunya circuit, the sun has broken through. You are seeing sunshine on the tarmac now, especially in the start and finish area, which Mika Häkkinen is approaching to go through and complete his 55th lap into lap 56 in the 65 lap race, leading Michael Schumacher by an increased margin of nearly 7 seconds. That is Montoya, who is 3rd, 3 seconds ahead of Villeneuve.
Michael Schumacher then now some 2.5 to 3 seconds a lap slower than his new lap record of a 1:21.1 earlier in the race. So at a crucial stage, just around the pit stop area, Schumacher's got a problem. I can only speculate maybe the team have told him to slow down a bit because we've seen his teammate Barrichello have a suspected suspension failure. And quite clearly, Michael all of a sudden is on a cruise. I can't see any problem with his car, can't hear any particular problems. I was looking at the tyres, wondered if he'd picked up some blisters with those very fresh tyres, pushing them hard. His tyres look absolutely fine too, so we don't know what Michael's problem is, but it's surely lost him this race.
Well, you're looking at Juan Pablo Montoya, who in his 5th Formula One Grand Prix of his career looks as though he's not only going to finish the race, but in the process finish on the podium in 3rd position and score 4 World Championship points, the first points of his career. He failed to finish in Australia, Malaysia, brilliantly led in Brazil until he was taken out by Jos Verstappen, and failed to finish at the San Marino Grand Prix at Imola. Well, he's on lap 57 now. It's a 65 lap race, so there are 8 laps still to go of this 3-mile circuit, 24 miles about, and James Allen has got news for us from the pits.
Yeah, I'm standing down here with waiting for Rubens Barrichello. He's just finishing off an interview with somebody else. I'm going to try and find out from him if he has any idea. Rubens, can you tell us, first of all, what your problem was? Was it suspension failure?
Yeah, I had a suspension failure. I thought it was a puncture because I came in for that, and they changed the tire, and it was just like that. When I braked for 10.7, the car went just straight, and I would say the rear suspension let me down.
At the same time, Michael's pace dropped off by about 2 seconds a lap. It's handed the lead to Häkkinen, and now Michael is lapping in the 1:24s. Have the team told him to slow down because of your problem?
Well, I haven't spoke to Ross, but we're very much together on the team, and so whatever happens to Michael, Ross let me know, and I always try to change things around. So I would say that could be the reason why.
Thanks very much, Rubens.
Well, Rubens' 2nd retirement in 5 races this year. He failed to finish in his home country of Brazil, but the bitter disappointment for him. And Michael Schumacher there has just lapped Luciano Berti for the 2nd time. Berti in his first race for Prost has Mika Häkkinen leading the race now by over 12 seconds. Goes into another lap in the closing stages of the Spanish Grand Prix, which certainly looks as though it has seen a turnaround in the constructors' fortune.
Coulthard now then just 8/10, that's Häkkinen of course, but Coulthard now just 0.8 of a second behind Heidfeld, the current 6th place man, and he badly needs a point or two this afternoon. The next man, if he passes Heidfeld, would be truly another 7.5 seconds down the road. So suddenly it's all turning around nicely for the McLaren team. Michael Schumacher now effectively just about the slowest man on the racetrack. Now he's down in the late 1:25, and the lead is up to 15 seconds.
Yeah, and it's, as you say, looking good for McLaren, particularly in the Constructors' Championship, because they're on a potential 11 Constructors' World Championship points compared with 6 for Ferrari, to close the gap from 10 points for Ferrari's advantage to 5 points if they finish where they are. I always make that caveat because in the closing stages of a Grand Prix, all sorts of things can happen.
That was a bad effort there for Villeneuve, not by him. He was very courteous to let the leader through. And he was only just over 2 seconds behind Montoya, was Villeneuve. But he lost an awful lot of time. He was very courteous, and Häkkinen seemed to be taking forever to actually clear him and get out of the way.
I'm going to be most interested at the end of this race to hear what Michael Schumacher says in the drivers' interviews. Here he is being taken by David Coulthard.
That's Coulthard unlapping himself, Murray. So Coulthard, current 7th place man, unlapping himself on the ever slower Michael Schumacher.
And David Coulthard still in his 7th place, still behind Nick Heidfeld, who'll be hanging on grimly. Heidfeld with the Ferrari engine badged as a Petronas in his Sauber, the team that's made the most progress this year in comparison with last year and its past. And it's still on lap 59, Häkkinen, the gap 17 seconds to Schumacher. The Williams BMW of Montoya in 3rd position, then the BAR of Villeneuve, the Jordan of Trulli, and the battle between Heidfeld's Sauber and Coulthard's McLaren for that 6th place and the last World Championship point.
Well, there's the man who knows exactly what Michael Schumacher's problem is at Ross Brawn, and he's up on the pit wall and clearly is not about to tell us or anybody else, and that's how close Coulthard is now to Heidfeld. But Heidfeld's got a good car around here. You can hear them popping and splashing away on the traction control. Listen to them.
Yeah, he's got...
And his only chance really is to keep close through turn 13 and hope he can get him at the end of the straight. But Heidfeld's Ferrari engine in the back of that car is giving out pretty good power as well. Coulthard then not close enough at the moment for a tow. Can he pick it up in the second half of the straight? I don't think so.
Much more experienced driver, 112 Grand Prix to 21 of Heidfeld. Heidfeld, who is the man who won the Formula 3000 championship a couple of years ago, drove for the Prost team when it was just about at its lowest ebb last year, and his confidence was very low. He's got it right back with a very fine motor car, this Ferrari-powered Sauber, and he will know that he's got to hang on to that place that he's got now by keeping David Coulthard back somehow or other, fairly, and just look at the way that Coulthard is harrying him. And Heidfeld has got to hang on for at least 5 laps like this, because this is lap 60. It's a 65-lap race, as I keep saying, and they're coming up now to Jenson Button, who is down in 15th place. And if either of them puts a wheel wrong there, the place could change. Heidfeld's got to decide where he can attack Button. Button will see them coming up in his mirrors and will realise that he's being lapped, and I'm sure will move over and let them through. But if he hesitates, and Coulthard can see an advantage, he could dodge out from behind Heidfeld and take the place.
Yes, this is an interesting situation. You've got lapped cars lapping other cars that are at least 2 laps down. But look, Coulthard very, very close behind Heidfeld. Can he stay there through that last turn? He's much closer this time around, and surely now he's in the sweet spot for a good slipstream. Heidfeld beginning to cover. Coulthard going for some slipstream off the back of the Button Benetton, and yes, he had a double helping of slipstream down there. Smart thinking by David Coulthard, saying, OK, you want to block that way, I'll go and use his slipstream instead, and into the point-scoring position.
And who would have thought that could have happened when this race began? When David Coulthard failed to get away, had to go round the formation lap, catch the others lap, start last in 22nd place behind Tasso Marquez Minardi, European Minardi, and he's fought his way up into the points with a magnificent fighting drive. He's now in 6th position for a World Championship point. Can he catch Jarno Trulli ahead of him? I very much doubt it, because there's about 7 seconds and there's only 4 laps to go.
But Coulthard didn't help himself, of course, when he knocked his front wing off and had another 20-second pit stop at the end of the first lap. So he's pretty much spoiled his own afternoon there, I think, as David Coulthard made a good fist of coming back through the field.
Well, a searing new lap record for Michael Schumacher, which beats... Oh, here's a replay. Watch David Coulthard timing it to perfection, dodging out from behind the rear wing of the Benetton to move ahead, and yes, says Bob McMurray on the left, as his man moves up a place into the points. Lap 62, And here he is, David Coulthard, who was second in Australia, who was third in Malaysia, first in Brazil, second at the San Marino Grand Prix. Looks as though he's going to make it World Championship points in the first 5 races of the year.
There's truly then 7 seconds ahead of him. And this, amazingly, is Mika Häkkinen about to lap third-place man Montoya in the BMW Williams. So Häkkinen then will have lapped everybody except Michael Schumacher, who's now a full 28 seconds behind him.
Yeah, Mika Häkkinen very, very relaxed and chatty and cheerful this year. And some people were saying that after 2... here's the replay.
Yeah, that's a replay, I think, of yet another car unlapping himself, Prost unlapping himself. So now we're getting a feel for Michael's problem. It's a speed-related, it's an engine power-related problem, and quite clearly not using full throttle. Maybe he's low on oil pressure or something like that. James, what can you tell us?
I can't tell you about the Schumacher situation. They're keeping their cards very close to their chest, but we will get a word, hopefully, with Ross Brawn at the end of this race and tell you exactly what the problem is. What I can tell you is that last time McLaren handed a board out to Mika Häkkinen saying he won easy. Once again, I've been here so many times and seen that board handed out to Mika Häkkinen, particularly at this racetrack. He's enjoying himself. He's in the lead, he's back, he's really bouncing back, and they want him to slow down and not throw it all away.
Yeah, I was saying it's a very cheerful and chatty Mika Häkkinen. A lot of people were saying, well, he's relaxing, he's won the World Championship, he's lost his urge. How wrong, how very, very wrong. No question of that at all. He's fighting as hard as ever. He's on his 63rd lap now, just 2 laps to go, and he's going to walk this race. Michael Schumacher is not in danger of losing his 2nd place if he can finish the race, because Montoya has been lapped and is 56 seconds behind the race leader and 24 seconds behind Michael Schumacher.
Yes, Schumi now's a full 7 seconds per lap slower than he was going earlier in the race. So, as I say, I'm pretty sure it's an engine-related problem now for Michael Schumacher.
Traction control related? We're looking for straws now.
Well, it could be, because during the traction control phase, the cylinders are cut, the mixture, the spark has changed. Butterflies are sometimes moved. It's quite a complex situation. Michael really going slowly now. So, but alternatively, it could be something like a hydraulic pressure, Murray, or an oil pressure situation where he just wants to coast. He does have a half a minute in his pocket to 3rd place man, but he's going to need it if he has many more problems than this.
Just look at the way that Kimi Räikkönen there in 9th place in the Sauber Petronas has gone past the 2nd place man, Michael Schumacher. But Mika Häkkinen is not far off now, completing his 64th and starting his 65th and last lap. And over the line goes the Ferrari. So it's just hang on as far as Schumacher is concerned. He knows that if he can just finish this race, he's going to have done the next best thing to winning, and that's to finish in 2nd place and get the 6 World Championship points that can matter so much. That's Nigel Stepney, the man who Schumacher hit last year, nearest to the camera. And then down the road, down the gantry of the Ferrari, some very calm but no doubt very worried people, because they know that he's got to hang on for that last 5 laps or so. And it's going to be a wonderful return for Mika Häkkinen after some many races in the wilderness as far as he's concerned, and he has lapped Juan Pablo Montoya and is coming out of the last corner of the lap to start his 65th and last lap of the 2001 Spanish Grand Prix. This is the man, Mika Häkkinen, who won in 1998, 1999, and last year. If he can just do this last 2.5 miles or so, he is going to have won this race 4 years in
He's
succession.
he's slowing down, Murray. I thought I heard it rattling as it came past the pits last time. Mika Häkkinen is slowing right down. Is he out of fuel?
Oh, this could be absolutely fantastic. He's got to finish this last lap. Meantime, Michael Schumacher at reduced speed will be closing up on him, and there is Schumacher starting his last lap as Mika Häkkinen tours. Is he going to stop? Is Michael Schumacher in the last knockings of the race as Häkkinen looks down into the cockpit?
Sparks coming out of the back of... I thought I saw a couple of sparks, yes. So it is a pure mechanical problem for Häkkinen then, not a shortage of fuel. Häkkinen, I do not believe, will get over the finish line.
And Adrian Newey looking there, and bang, the engine engine's gone, and David Coulthard had the same sort of thing happen this morning in the warm-up. It was a hydraulics problem, and on the very last lap of the Spanish Grand Prix, Michael Schumacher looks as though he's going to go through and take another win. What an incredible situation. It would be his third, and Mika Häkkinen has pulled off. Michael Schumacher has just got to get there. He goes into the lead. Wow, my goodness, an incredible finish. Mika Häkkinen had got the race in his pocket, only to be denied it. And look, this looks like a repeat of his situation at the Italian Grand Prix at Monza. He's going to get out of the car. No, Mika Häkkinen waves to the crowd. This sort of thing happens in motor racing, and it has happened to him, and he has taken it magnificently. Michael Schumacher doing something I've never seen him do before. Wave to the crowd, and Michael Schumacher wins in Spain for the third time to increase his World Championship lead. What an unbelievable finish. Martin.
I'm just wondering if Häkkinen can still score some points. Remember, he'd lapped everybody up to third place man. Some of those will be able to recover that lap. Where will Mika Häkkinen still be able to finish? It was the final lap of the race, and still waving at the crowd. We're waiting then for Montoya. He surely will finish second. Yes, Montoya will have unlapped himself. So second place man then Montoya, and I'm sure Villeneuve, Trulli, and probably Coulthard can all come through too. Häkkinen may score no points whatsoever.
Good news for Michelin. I've talked about the Bridgestone-Michelin battle on the tyre front. And Juan Pablo Montoya takes second position, his first podium place for Williams and BMW. Over the line goes Villeneuve third, Jarno Trulli is fourth. David Coulthard has got 2 World Championship points by finishing in 5th position. And no, Mika Häkkinen does not score a point because Nick Heidfeld takes 6th place in the Sauber.
Yes, Häkkinen was 2 laps ahead of everybody from Verstappen in 12th place backwards, and of course Michael then trailing so far behind. Michael was not going to clear the line and prevent others from finishing the race by winning it at speed. So Michael limping home to another Grand Prix victory.
Yeah, what a lovely bloke Mika Häkkinen is. He's taken that bitter reverse of his fortune stoically, almost humorously, certainly very good-heartedly and good-naturedly. Helmet off, waves to the crowd, smiles at them. He will live to fight another day. But bad news for Mika Häkkinen because he failed to finish in Australia, he failed to finish in Brazil, he's failed to finish here in Spain, and James Allen has news.
Well, I'm down here with Ross Brawn. You've just been talking with Michael on the radio. What were you saying?
Well, we were a bit mystified during the race because it was going so well up until the middle. I knew they were going to come in around lap 50, but our prediction showed we should have been okay because the laps Michael was able to do in the middle of the race would have been more than enough. But he had a terrible problem with the third set of tyres, a very bad vibration, and he just couldn't respond. So it was our lucky day today.
You could say that again. I mean, that last lap was just unbelievable. I bet you thought that wasn't going to happen.
Well, I've been there before. Gerhard lost Hockenheim in the Benetton in the last couple of laps. The engine blew up. I mean, until you get over the line, it's not finished. And I heard Mika go past, sounding very bad. So I couldn't believe it, no, but you take it when it comes.
You can't be born good, be born lucky, Ross.
Well, what does that picture in the background remind you of? It reminds me of Nigel Mansell driving the Williams with the great Ayrton Senna sitting on the side pod being transported home after he had retired from the British Grand Prix. But this time it's David Coulthard who finished a brilliant 5th, having started 22nd, taking his teammate Mika Häkkinen, who lost the lead on the very last lap to the man you are looking at, Michael Schumacher, a brilliant victor.
Yes, ironically, as I said, Michael's lack of pace at the end and enabled many of those people, we saw them all unlapping themselves, allowed them to carry on and finish the full quota of laps, and it cost Häkkinen because he actually finished the race 9th, albeit on the side of the road. And well, what a change of fortunes. It all looked so easy for Ferrari, didn't it? And all of a sudden I remember us saying, wow, it's turning in McLaren's favour here. And just at the last moment, there's 2 sick McLaren drivers there. Coulthard got 2 points, but he knows he could easily have won this race now. His car's run faultlessly, and Hakkinen, of course, had it in the bag with under 3 miles to go.
And there he is, new boy, Juan Pablo Montoya finishes second. Michael Schumacher leads the World Championship now on his own from David Coulthard by 6 points, 36 to 28. Rubens Barrichello is still in 3rd position, and Ralf Schumacher is still in 4th place. And Nick Heidfeld in 5th position, but Jarno Trulli moves up to 6th place ahead of his teammate Heinz-Harald Frentzen, as slightly bemused, I think, Michael Schumacher talks to Herbie Blash about his reverse of fortunes on the last lap of the Spanish Grand Prix, and Mika Hakkinen is transported not the way he had hoped, but nevertheless on wheels and not having to walk in. And you can see some very, very happy fans there. The Spanish Grand Prix, after one of the most amazing reversals of fortune I have seen for a very long time, won by Michael Schumacher, laughing his head off, talking to Sean and Lacey. The top 6 places: Schumacher, Montoya, Villeneuve, Ferrari, Williams, BMW, BAR. A good finish for Jacques Villeneuve, and those are his first points of the year. In 4th position, the Jordan of Jarno Trulli. David Coulthard gets those 2 World Championship points, and both the McLarens finish in the points for the Constructors' Championship to close the gap on the leaders Ferrari, and Nick Heidfeld takes 6th place.
Yes, Hakkinen didn't finish in the points, of course, Murray, but Coulthard with a couple of consolation points. And, well, Mika just seems actually pretty happy with life, doesn't he? He put a good show on today, really his first strong, properly strong Mika Hakkinen-style race of the year. And I'm just surprised, though, that he's not a little bit more gutted, I think, is the word I was expecting to have to use when we saw him take his crash helmet off.
Really nice to see the good fellowship that exists between them, and hats off to Mika Hakkinen for taking it so very, very well. So I think King Juan Carlos will almost certainly be presenting the trophy to the race victor, Michael Schumacher. The King of Spain is a very keen motor racing enthusiast. I remember earlier on in this program we showed him presenting the trophy to James Hunt in 1976. It is indeed going to be His Majesty that presents the trophy, and the winning constructor will get his trophy from Marc de Petta. And I wonder who's going to turn out for Ferrari to take the Constructors' Trophy. Will it be Ross Brawn? Will it be Jean Todt, who is the team manager? Ferrari now lead the Constructors' Championship still, of course, by, and I was surprised to see this because my mental arithmetic said it was going to be much better, from McLaren. 50 points for Ferrari, 32 for McLaren. Onto the top step of the podium goes Michael Schumacher. Jacques Villeneuve on the right, up there for the first time for a very long time, and Montoya up there for the first time ever. And a very important point, that is the first time ever that a BAR driver, and it's Jacques Villeneuve, has stepped onto the podium, 3rd place. And it is the national anthem of Italy for Ferrari. Michael Schumacher's 47th World Championship victory. The man who's won the most ever, Alain Prost, 51. Michael Schumacher is getting closer and closer to being the all-time great in terms of victories. He's now scored 714 World Championship points, 84 behind the record of Alain Prost, as he lifts a magnificent trophy, knowing that that other record could soon, in the comparatively near future, fall to him too. Michael Schumacher wins in Spain. A new boy on the podium as you watch the broken McLaren of Mika Häkkinen being recovered. The new boy, the smiling Colombian on the left, Juan Pablo Montoya. We're surely going to see him up there many more times in the future. And welcome back to the French-Canadian Jacques Villeneuve, the world champion of 1997, scoring those first ever points for the BAR team. Jarno Trulli, well, Jordan up there, and David Coulthard scores those World Championship points, 2 of them vital points for McLaren, and Nick Heidfeld, another great point for Sauber. Champagne time, they're going to get wet, but they will be very happy to do that. It's been in a magnificent cause. Ferrari has won, Williams BMW second, BAR third. That's the first time we've had a result like that.
Thank you very much indeed, Murray. No rain then, but high drama in Barça. We will be reflecting the Spanish Grand Prix when you rejoin us. Martin Brundle will be up here in the studio with myself and Tony Jardine. We're going to hear from Ron Dennis, from Mika Häkkinen, from those three in the press conference as well. We hope to snatch a word with David Coulthard too, plus our competition.
Prijs van Spanje wint. Nou, eerst maar even de uitslag op kaart. Maar komt dat zo meteen wel. Dan kan het in één moeite door. Montoya als beste Michelin-rijder op de tweede plaats achter Michael Schumacher. En dan Villeneuve, Trulli, Coulthard, Heidfeld. Coulthard toch nog 2 WK-punten. Begon als 22e aan de race. Heidfeld 1 puntje voor Sauber. Dan Panis net buiten de punten. Räikkönen 8e. Häkkinen toch nog als 9e geclasseerd op 1 ronde van de winnaar. De onfortuinlijke Mika Häkkinen. Wat een pech had die man in de laatste ronde. Dan gaan we op zoek naar de naam van Jos Verstappen. En die vinden we daar op de 12e plaats. Op 2 ronden van de winnaar Michael Schumacher. Achter Luciano Burti en voor Fernando Alonso. Maar in elk geval heeft Jos de race weer eens uitgereden. En dat is in ieder geval wat. Daarmee hebben ze toch weer kostbare informatie vergaard voor de komende races. Dit zijn de uitvallers. Het begon met Frenz en de La Rosa. Toen Bernoldi, Ralf Schumacher. En vervolgens Irvine en Barrichello. Niet meer verwacht, toch nog gekregen. De overwinning in de grote prijs van Spanje. De derde keer dat Michael Schumacher hier wint. En daarmee komt hij dus op gelijke hoogte met Häkkinen, Jackie Stewart, Nigel Mansell en Alain Prost. Goed, wie voorspelde dat Michael Schumacher de grote prijs van Spanje ging winnen? Dat is Ronald, leuke naam, van Soest uit
And it's welcome to the top 3 finishing drivers of a truly remarkable Spanish Grand Prix 2001. It's Michael Schumacher, Juan Pablo Montoya and Jacques Villeneuve. Michael, explain how you felt as you went past Mika on that last lap.
Simply sorry, because I mean, we both have done, I think, a very good race, very entertaining until the last pit stop. Then he jumped me at the last pit stop because he did a better last section in his second pit stop, and I was a bit in traffic and having some little trouble on top. But anyway, he's done we have done a great race. Remembers me back to old days in last year, and seeing him then retiring just in the last lap, 5 corners or whatever to go to the end, it's I mean, it's shocking because he's really done everything right, and then something like this. I'm sorry for him. I went to see him because it's not a way you like to win a race, honestly, but then sometimes it happens. I mean, in racing it has happened to me, and it has happened now to Mika, so that's the way it goes sometimes.
Now, you mentioned you had some problems after the second stop. You were losing about 3 seconds a lap. What were the problems?
I had a huge vibration, most likely in the tyres, and I was thinking the tyre was delaminating, and I was obviously very careful, especially down the straight. I was going very slow, not to risk anything, maybe a tyre explosion or whatever. we had enough of a gap, and we were thinking maybe to come even in and to have another pit stop for changing tires, but then it stopped at a certain point to increase, and I thought it's then just for the last couple of laps it's safe to continue, which it was, but still it was a worry until the end.
Hey Michael. Juan Pablo Montoya, welcome to the press conferences. How did it feel to stand on the podium and see the Colombian flag being raised on a Formula One podium?
I think it's really exciting, you know. The first 4 races have been very hard for me. We've been some competitive and some not so much. Here, you know, I wasn't expecting to be in the podium really. I started 11th and the start was really good and moved me a lot of places up, and then just kept pushing all day long.
Now, was that a launch control start or a Juan Pablo Montoya start?
I was launch control.
And during the race itself, I mean, did you manage, because you're saying all week you've had problems getting the car settled around this circuit, was it much better in race trim?
It was a bit better, but it wasn't like massively different. You know, the car was quite tricky to drive, and you know, compared with with Mike on the McLarens as well, it's, you know, they're in a different league this weekend, and you know, there's a lot of work to be done for the next race.
Thank you. Jacques, welcome back to the podium in the conferences. First time since 1998, the first podium for BAR. You must be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, it's great. The whole team, everybody in the team has worked really hard for the last 3 years. And the beginning of this season has been really, really hard. And to finally get a podium is great. I think it's the boost that everybody was needing.
Now, obviously, the couple that dropped out. Where do you feel the true level of performance of BAR is at the moment?
Well, we couldn't have gone any quicker today. The car was hard to drive, but it looks like it was difficult for everybody. So we were a little bit lucky that a few cars dropped out. But then the team did a great job in the pit stops, and that allowed us to jump truly in the first pit stop, and then we just hang in there.
Thanks, Jacques. Michael, you had a problem today. You had a problem in Imola. You had a setup problem back in Brazil. You managed to pull off a superb victory, but are you slightly concerned about these issues and reliability problems creeping into the team?
You probably read much more into it than it is, but that's natural. I'm not concerned at all, because what has happened in the last stint with the set of tyre, I'm pretty sure we find the reason and the solution for that, and otherwise the car was perfect. I mean, as you saw, it was a close fight and battle with Mika, and things were going to our favor until, but I'm not concerned for the rest of the season.
Thanks, gentlemen. A word from each of you in your native languages, please, starting with Michael.
Wat voelde Michael Schumacher toen hij Mika Häkkinen voorbij rijdt in de laatste ronde en daar Mika Häkkinen langs de baan zag staan? Ja, het speet hem zeer. Hij zegt maar, het is mij ook wel eens overkomen in het verleden. En ja, het overkomt elke rijder wel een keer in zijn loopbaan. En helaas was het vandaag het geval voor Mika Häkkinen. Hij vond ook dat hij meteen aan hem toe moest gaan om hem in ieder geval eventjes de hand te schudden. En hem te zeggen dat hij liever niet zo had willen winnen. En dat eigenlijk Häkkinen de zege verdiende. Maar zo kan het dus soms gaan. En vandaag pakte het dus uiteindelijk toch goed uit voor Michael Schumacher. Die toch wel ja, wat bange momenten doormaakt in zijn Ferrari. Want het zat helemaal niet goed met die laatste set banden. Ze overwogen zelfs nog even een 4e pitstop. Die marge hadden ze, maar de laatste paar ronden ging het toch weer wat beter. En was dat niet meer nodig. En toen toch nog de volle buit gepakt. Montoya zag de Colombiaanse vlag omhoog gaan. Voor het eerst in zijn Formule 1 loopbaan een mooi opwindend moment. Toch is het gat met McLaren en Ferrari hem eigenlijk te groot op dit moment. Dus nog een hoop werk aan de winkel. Maar dit geeft in ieder geval het team van Williams weer moed voor de rest van het seizoen. En het is mooi dat hij zijn eerste punten nu heeft te pakken. Ja, en Villeneuve eindelijk een podiumklassering met BAR. Daar hebben ze het toch allemaal voor gedaan sinds ze 3 jaar geleden in de Formule 1 kwamen. En eindelijk is dan het harde werk beloond. Tuurlijk geholpen door het uitvallen van Barrichello en later Häkkinen. En die goede pitstop die hem voorbij Jarno Trulli bracht in het begin van de race. En dat zorgde ervoor dat Jacques Villeneuve op de 3e plaats eindigde en 4 punten scoorde. En dus voor het eerst een rijder van BAR op het erepodium. Nog een vraagje aan Michael Schumacher. 3 races achter elkaar wat problemen. Maakt hij zich zorgen? Nou, hij maakt zich geen zorgen. Het hoort bij de Formule 1. Als je dan toch nog gewoon winnaar weet te worden, dan is er eigenlijk weinig aan de hand. En ze zullen de boel grondig bestuderen voor de volgende Grand Prix. En dan zal het ongetwijfeld allemaal weer gladjes verlopen bij Ferrari. Dat hier dus middels Michael Schumacher de grote prijs van Spanje heeft gewonnen. En zo kwam er dus een einde aan die mooie race van 3 overwinningen hier in Barcelona van Mika Häkkinen. Dit is het circuit de Catalunya met fans die ook nog even dachten aan de dood van Michele Alboreto, de voormalig Formule 1-coureur. Dat gebeurde allemaal vorige week. Montoya op de 12e plaats zou hij vertrekken. En Hakkinen stond naast deze Michael Schumacher op de eerste rij. Toen nog allemaal lachende gezichten. Michael Douglas en mevrouw Jones zijn echtgenoten. Als aandachtig toeschouwer. En dan het handje omhoog bij Coulthard. Die heeft een probleem. Komt niet weg in de opwarmronde. Moet achteraan starten. Dan blijft Frenzen staan. Die komt dan nog wel weg. Maar ja, dan is iedereen er al voorbij. Een hele goede start van Verstappen. Pakt meteen 5 plaatsen. Dan zien we ook dat Schumacher de leiding behoudt. Dat Ralf Schumacher even opschuift naar de derde plaats. Maar dan weer wordt ingehaald door Rubens Barrichello. Kijk, daar heeft Barrichello Ralf Schumacher te pakken. Verstappen klimt dan naar de 12e plaats. En hier raken Bernoldi en Coulthard elkaar. Coulthard moet dan binnenkomen voor een nieuwe voorvleugel. Want die hangt onder zijn McLaren. Dat is niet handig. Hier het moment dat Frenzen en de La Rosa elkaar tegenkomen. Touché. Daar vliegt Frenzen eruit. En dan is het ook nog de La Rosa die niet verder kan. En dan balen ze bij het team van Jordan. Die zijn daar getuigen van in de pits. Schumacher aan de leiding voor Mika Hakkinen. Weinig aan de hand dus op dat moment voor Ferrari. En zo ziet zo'n computer eruit. Daar beschikken wij ook over. En Patrick Head ziet dat op dat moment dus Ralf Schumacher op de derde plaats ligt. En Montoya 6e. Maar daar glijdt Ralf Schumacher van de baan af. Komt even naast de baan terecht. Dan is het afgelopen voor de winnaar van de grote prijs van San Marino. Kan niet altijd feest zijn. Mooi moment. Pitstop. Montoya met Trulli. En Montoya komt als eerste de baan weer op. En dan is Trulli geklopt. Later moet Trulli Villeneuve ook nog voor laten gaan. Want Villeneuve zijn pitstop ook wat beter plant. Hakkinen, zijn eerste pitstop levert hem niks op. Hij blijft achter Michael Schumacher zitten. Maar dat zou later wel anders worden. Hier Kimi Räikkönen in gevecht met Eddie Irvine. Een oud-gediende en een jonge vent. Irvine die later uit zou vallen. Maar het was een leuk gevecht op dat moment. En Schumacher soeverein aan de leiding. Dan even een uitstapje van Jos Verstappen. Die heel veel problemen had aan de voorkant van zijn wagen. Die zwabberde alle kanten op. Coulthard zit hier achter Juan Pablo Montoya. En wilde wel voorbij. In zijn poging wat verder naar voren te komen. Maar dat lukt niet. En dan een uitstapje van Rubens Barrichello. En dan schrikken ze bij Ferrari. Want wat is er aan de hand? Nou, problemen aan de achterkant van de wagen met de achterwielophanging. Eerste beter geplande pitstop van Mika Hakkinen. Die voor Schumacher de baan weer opkomt. Een paar ronden langer doorgegaan. Seconden per rondje gepakt. En hup, zo heb je de leiding. En dan is Erja nog blij. Daar Eddie Irvine langs de baan. Hij kan het verder vergeten. En dan rijdt Rubens Barrichello op 3 wielen. Zijn linker voorwiel zweeft. Kapotte achterwielophanging. Het wordt donker en grijs, maar het gaat niet regenen. En Montoya gaat op de punten af. Schumacher gelooft het dan verder wel. Die denkt, ik word tweede, ik pak 6 kostbare punten. Coulthard in gevecht met Nick Heidfeld. Inzet is de 6e plaats. En Coulthard pakt Nick Heidfeld. Wat gebeurt hier? Kijk maar, hup, tussendoor steken. Neemt ook nog even achterblijven Fisichella mee. En op dat moment is dat goed voor een WK-puntje. En dan dit moment in de laatste ronde. Zo'n beetje 5 bochten voor het einde. Erja begrijpt het niet. Waarom nou weer uitgerekend? Haarman. En Hakkinen zegt van ja, wat kan ik eraan doen? Ik had eigenlijk moeten winnen. Maar het wordt Michael Schumacher. 10 dure WK-punten kan hij bijschrijven op zijn konto. De morele winnaar in de grote prijs van Spanje was Mika Hakkinen. Maar dat telt niet. Dat lezen we nooit meer terug in de geschiedenisboekjes. Nog even een mooi gebaar van Michael Schumacher. Die dan het feestje kan gaan vieren op het podium met Montoya, de nummer 2. En Jacques Villeneuve, de nummer 3. Derde zege voor Michael Schumacher. Die zijn leidende positie in het wereldkampioenschap weer in zijn eentje heeft. Namelijk 8 punten meer dan David Coulthard. En dat was het verhaal van de grote prijs van Spanje. Over 2 weken zien we elkaar terug. Dat zal zijn in de grote prijs van Oostenrijk. En dan is Tommy er ook weer bij. Nog even de stand in het wereldkampioenschap. U kunt het zelf thuis nog even op uw gemak bekijken hoe iedereen ervoor staat. Tot volgende week. Ik moet zeggen tot over 2 weken. Ik kan niet wachten.
Yeah. Well, now that we've got some stuff, we need to really get.
Good tires. What did he say?
Michael said the tyres would be laminated, you have to stop.
Yeah. Not delaminating, just working. Delaminating?
Yeah, he said that there was carbon rag showing. Yeah.
The tyres. All right, have you been down there?
It's on road.
Is it?
On there. On road, they want to speak to someone technical about our braking system, how it works. It's pretty simple.
You press the pedal and this fluid goes round, the pistons come out like that.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I think they'll understand.
Incredible finish here to the Spanish Grand Prix in Barcelona. Mika Häkkinen looked to have the race in the bag, and then along came Schumacher on the very last lap to win again in Spain. Okay, confirmation of the result for you first of all. Michael Schumacher, 10 out of 10. Juan Pablo Montoya, the Colombian, up there on the podium for the first time in the Williams. Villeneuve, an excellent result for the British-American racing team. 4 points for third place there. Trulli did a spot of powerboat racing with him before the race, didn't we? In fourth place, David Coulthard, a really brave drive from Coulthard, starting right at the back of the grid, but still getting a couple of championship points. And Sauber continuing to do pretty well this season. Nick Heidfeld making his point. And this is how it looks now. There's a gap. It was level pegging at the top. It is now 8 points, the gap between David Coulthard and the reigning world champion Michael Schumacher. Rubens Barrichello staying third. Ralf Schumacher, a non-scorer today, in fourth. Heidfeld improving a little bit with 8 points, and Jarno Trulli 7 for Jordan now. And with 5 rounds gone, it's the half century up for Ferrari. 50 points, well clear of McLaren. Williams edging out Jordan for that third place. Sauber are 5th and BAR Honda 6th. You've rushed up to see us, Martin. Take a deep breath and just sort of give us your thoughts about the finish. I can remember Damon Hill, something happened to him similar, didn't it, in the Hungaroring, where he blew up and Villeneuve went past him. But this, to me, the most dramatic finish we've seen.
I know, it can always happen though, and until you've crossed the line, of course, you haven't scored any points whatsoever, and we've all had it in our careers. And thinking about why Mika may not have been so upset is that, you know, from time to time it does happen. Every lap counts at the Grand Prix. Quite clearly some kind of, I would suspect, hydraulic problem at the back end of the car there, and he just couldn't coax it back to the pits.
I'm away from Mika Häkkinen. We're obviously going to talk more about him before we leave. David Coulthard had a terrible day, didn't he? Had the problems in warm-up, then right at the back of the grid, but he has come through, he's battled through and scored points.
He's had every kind of test, hasn't he? Mechanical, psychological, you know, he's had a nerve, and we didn't see at the beginning, but this was this morning with the hydraulics going and everything frying up. Of course, we thought the worst at this time as he parked at the end of the pit lane, that perhaps that was the engine, but it was all the hydraulics and the fluid had gone out, and then they had to recheck the engine. But here we are to go out for the formation lap, and something's happened again, and it stopped and it stalled, and we saw all the electronics engineers, and there he is having to go right at the back and start from the back. Luckily for him, not having to go over to the pit lane, but there he's lost his nose cone. And suspicion was against Bonaldi because he came in as well. So he had to come in and have the nose cone fitted, which is a long job. And you have to be very precise with the mechanics to get the thing back on. And he's got 2 very valuable World Championship points, and he's still just 8 points behind Michael Schumacher. So that, as Murray said, that could be very, very important come the tally at the end of the year.
It's an interesting scenario, isn't it, within that team, and we've been saying perhaps David Coulthard is #1, Häkkinen has been #1, but there's still terrific camaraderie between the two of them, Martin.
There's a respect out of the car, but in the car, your first point of reference is your teammate, of course. I think David will think he lost 8 points today, not gained 2. I don't know whether he made a mistake and stalled the engine or whether there was a technical problem. Very reminiscent, of course, of the Canadian grid last year. And it just puts you out of sync for the afternoon. What really cost him, though, he still could have won the race, of course, as it turned out, with all of the other problems. But losing the nose cone effectively then really cost him 10 points today.
Yeah, and at the end, Tony, Mika had to sort of thumb a lift back, didn't he? I'm just wondering what it will do to him inside there, because people said this is the race he's going to hit back.
Well, I don't think it will do anything to him at all, because he feels more confident about the car. He knows it was a mechanical fault, but you have to look towards the end of qualifying. They made the car better all the time. Okay, so it's a track where he's won 3 races on the trot here, but he will be strong now.
Okay, well, let's hear what Mika Häkkinen himself has got to say about his awful experience here. Here he is, chatting to James.
Very, very quickly, I've got to ask you, you must be absolutely mortified by that. You've been in racing a long time, but the last lap, 3 miles to go, how do you feel?
Yeah, definitely. It's super disappointing. I mean, God damn it, you know. Jesus, you know. Could it be fantastic, fantastic finish for me here, you know. It was going so easy, and I didn't even have to push. I was just more or less cruising, you know, short shifting, braking early, accelerating gently, but it just didn't work out this time for me over here, you know. But it would have been incredible if I would have won this race for 4th time in a row. But it's all right. It's all right.
Good for him for giving us his reactions there 4 times in a row. It would have made Mika Häkkinen the most successful driver in the history of the Spanish Grand Prix. Let's hear from Ron Dennis, shall we? Team boss of McLaren. Victory snatched from his team's grasp.
Ron, unbelievable drama on the last lap. My heart goes out to you and to Mika, of course. Any idea what happened?
Well, as far as we can tell at the moment, and it's a little early, but it looks like we had a clutch failure, but we're not 100% sure.
What went through your head when you saw Mika slowing down? I mean, was it expected at all?
No, it was without warning. What goes through your head at that time is how many times it's happened before. You know, if you've been in it a few years, and I'm afraid I have, you know, it's never won until it's won, and you know, the pain will come tomorrow, and the disappointment's there for everybody in the company and the team, and you know, you just have to live with it. Take the positive from it. It was a great race strategy. It was nice to outmaneuver Ferrari, and it was an easy win, but this is motor racing.
David's picked up a couple of points, but again, a bad day for him.
Yes, I mean, I'm afraid it was a bit of brain fade from him on the start line. And again, it's a little premature, but that's as far as we can tell at the moment. But you know, it wasn't one of our greatest days, but you know, we're competitive, and there's a long way to go.
Thanks, Ron.
Well, he's putting a brave face on it, and all credit to him. Thousands of Finnish fans, by the way, have come to Barcelona to support him. They were chanting down that Ramblas late into the night, weren't they? The Mika Häkkinen chant, and they're going to have to be drowning their sorrows now, I guess. It's just that, as I say, it's the mindset of Mika Häkkinen that interests me after this, and Ron Dennis showing there how painful the blow really was for the team.
But it's also the difference between Ron's reaction to Häkkinen and Ron's reaction to David Coulthard. You know, we've said continually here, you know, get behind David Coulthard a little bit more psychologically. You know, Ron says there, you know, a bit of brain fade by him, and then he checked himself and said, well, perhaps it's a bit premature to say that. It could have been electronic glitch easily. You know, he'd had problems with his car from the morning. You know, he'd been on the 2nd row of the grid. I think they should get behind him equally. Not just with the equipment, but up there as well. Come onto his side of the garage every now and again. You always see Ron and Adrian Newey on Häkkinen's side of the grid. He knows he's got all that strong psychological support from them mentally as well as technologically.
Okay, Tony, thank you very much indeed. We hope to be having a word with David Coulthard before we leave you. But now let's go down to the press conference, shall we? Where the top 3 in the Spanish Grand Prix are waiting to talk to us.
Michael, to jump truly in the first pit stop, and then we just hang in there.
Well, Martin, he won here in 97. He was the world champion. Seems to change his look, the way he looks. Hair changes, beard changes, but good to see him back up there.
He's had a solid drive, didn't he, all day? We didn't mention much about him. It wasn't spectacular, and as Jack magnanimously pointed out, he actually was a bit lucky in a way. He's had better drives than that, better days, and when he could have raced to the podium. But nonetheless, well deserved. They kept the car going. solid drive from him, and he was keeping Montoya on his toes as well.
Juan Pablo Montoya. I mean, Ralph Schumacher won for Williams last time out. Montoya on the podium this time. Terrific for them.
He's a great racer. He's not a great qualifier yet. He's got one heck of a lot to learn in that department. But he's got a lot of fans here. His girlfriend's Spanish. You've seen a lot of Colombian flags being waved around. And just at the bottom of the podium there was his father looking up and sort of giving him the big applause. I mean, so it's a big moment for him. He's concealing a lot there. But to go from 0 to suddenly get 6 points is amazing, because he was actually a bit fed up after Imola, because before qualifying he'd only done 4 laps in the dry. And then suddenly, you know, he was chucked into the race. So, great racer.
Not using traction control?
Well, you know, what happened, well, he said that he used launch control on the start. You know, there's all sorts of different systems and there's different ways of achieving it. But what BMW were very worried about was blowing up engines as they did on Friday. And that unit was immediately sent back to Munich to be checked out. They were so worried about detonating them today because of traction control. So it takes everything to the limit.
OK, Tony, thank you very much indeed. We're still hoping that David Coulthard will talk to us before we leave you. There is that competition to come as well. We will be right back. You're back with us live at the Catalunya circuit close to Barcelona. David Coulthard had to start right from the back of the grid here. He battled through the field and got a couple of points. Absolutely delighted that he's joining us this afternoon. Well, David, quite a race for you, really. Do you see it as points gained or points lost?
Well, obviously it's points gained in this situation. At the start, I went about initiating the launch control for the green flag lap in a slightly different way. But nonetheless, we're still trying to understand exactly why the engine stalled, because with the new software, there's all sorts of things that are supposed to allow the engine to cut out. So we're obviously a bit confused about that. And then obviously I got involved in the first corner. I got hit from the rear and then hit a car in front, and it was just turning into my worst nightmare. And when I saw Mika leading and I got into 6th place, I thought this is a great afternoon considering. And then obviously very disappointed for him not to get the win.
Your team boss, Ron Dennis, talked about the possibility you might have had a bit of brain fade, David. Is that fair?
Well, I think it's fair to say that Ron's probably had brain fade to make that comment without talking to me or the engineers first. OK, when you try to battle your way through the field, just give us your feelings about getting near to scoring a point here in Barcelona. I mean, how confident were you throughout the race that you were going to score? Well, from being at the very back and having to pit for a new nose, I thought I had very little chance at all of scoring points in this track. But you know, I just wanted to use it, if not as a way to score points, but as a way to really test the system and push myself. And I tried to do that the whole race, and thankfully I was able to get some points.
Ferrari have said it is their lucky day today. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I think this was Mika's day. He's always been very fast around this track. He deserved the victory, and I think the team did, so I'm very disappointed for that.
A thought for you about your teammate Mika Häkkinen, what happened to him today, David?
Well, obviously they're trying to understand. I believe it was something to do with the clutch rather than the engine, as was maybe first suspected. So they're trying to understand exactly what happened there. It might be a result of traction control. It could well just be one of those things. So obviously I didn't have that problem with my car. Okay,
before you go, as you say, north of the border, Martin Brundle's in the studio. I'm sure he'd want to have a quick word with you, Martin.
Hi, DC. Looking ahead, because that's all you can do after today. Clearly you've got Austria coming up and then Monte Carlo, some circuits you're very strong on. Manicourt, you dropped 8 points behind Michael Schumacher now. Do you think it's a turning point of the season, or do you think it's just a blip?
No, I think it's very interesting, the fact that Michael, for whatever reason, wasn't very strong in the race, and this would have been a race that Mika should have won. You know, once we try and understand exactly what happened with our system, then clearly it could have been a race where it was another McLaren 1-2. So I really don't think that just because they've locked into this victory, it changes the season. It drops me back from him, and obviously you can't rely on him not finishing another Grand Prix, but that's the racing season. We'll learn from it as a team, and I obviously learned a lot today in coming through the field. Yeah, Michael had tyre vibration problems. I mean, I was lauding him for being so smart on keeping new tyres available for the race, but of course that's one of the downsides. You've never run those tyres, whether it turned on the rim or whether he lost some weights, but he was losing 7 seconds a lap. I couldn't really understand why he needed to back off so much with tyre vibration. Have you any idea? No, I'd be surprised if tyre vibration, as you're well aware, you know, might lose a second a lap just from visibility, but otherwise there's no risk involved with that. I think that what I heard was Rubens had a problem with the rear suspension, so maybe they were worried about something similar in his car and felt they had enough in hand to still finish second. And then obviously with Mika's problem, they've taken the 10 points.
You might not be able to see it down there, David. We've got a great bit of action from you, overtaking Nick Heidfeld right at the end and securing at your points. Just give us your feelings about that manoeuvre.
Well, I was trying to set him up to make him slow through turn 12 and 13 so I could get the run on him. And thankfully, Benetton was in a situation that I saw Nick panic a little bit, try to carry too much speed into turn 13, and that gave me the opportunity. You know, what he should have done was held me up out of turn 11 and got the run on the Benetton down the straight, but thankfully he didn't, and I got the opportunity to overtake.
Tough day for you, David. We appreciate you joining us and really giving us a terrific insight into your performance at the Spanish Grand Prix. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, Tony, let's have a look at a couple of the other incidents in the race, shall we? Heinz-Harald Frentzen giving De La Rosa the old Spanish Archer elbow.
I wondered if you were going to get that one in. Heinz-Harald Frentzen there, I mean, they both had different views, and we heard about them during the programme earlier on. I don't think that De La Rosa had much of a chance of getting out of the way. But look at it here, he hasn't seen him, or perhaps he hasn't looked properly in his mirrors, but it is Frentzen's corner, it's Frentzen's place, he's well ahead of there, so if you say it's anyone's to blame, I'm afraid it's Pedro, and it's a shame for him on his return to Grand Prix racing after 34 starts.
They were all quite relaxed, both quite relaxed, there was no one really pointing at the other one.
No, I think they said a racing incident, but I still maintain, I mean, Heinz-Harald just lost control of his car a bit, but it was a legitimate move, and Pedro should have given him more space, but as he clearly pointed out on ITV, he just didn't know he was there, basically.
What did you make of Ralf Schumacher going off? Was this the old Ralf resurfacing?
No, not at all, but I think, as David just elegantly pointed out, you can't really point a finger at the drivers until you've got the data and find out. That looked to me like a driving error. It's a tricky part of the racetrack. We saw several cars getting out of shape going into that corner, and I would hazard a guess it was a driving error, but no doubt they'll be having a good look at the data.
I would say, actually, Martin, that's probably him thinking about being a father for the first time, which he found out a few days ago. Something's gone up there, isn't it? Absolutely,
and getting engaged as well. Rubens Barrichello was running for quite a while in the first three. And, I mean, did the Ferrari mechanics not spot what was wrong with him? Was that the problem?
Well, as Martin pointed out, I found that very, very strange myself, because, you know, you could see the car, sort of the front end of the car pointing up to the heavens, and there, as it runs wide, now, damage to the suspension may have occurred in there. There it is. There's the left front poking up into the air. But he's talking on the radio all the time, and they should have been watching the screens in the garage. They changed the wheel, they sent him out. Clearly wasn't going to go any further, and he came back in and retired. But I think there's something in this, as Martin was saying, more than just the vibration. I think they were worried about suspension. It could have been from heat. You know, it could have been from traction control, so much more vibration from traction control systems as well.
Okay, just sum it all up for us finally, Martin, you.
Well, thrilling race can sometimes be a bit tedious here, can't it? But it was a cat and mouse in the beginning. Both drivers, really. I mean, Häkkinen put a stint in, and we just at a crucial moment, it was Michael who started to fade away. We didn't spot it at first, and I'm still confused about his vibration problems, losing. Why didn't he call in for a new set of tyres? He had best part of a minute in hand over Montoya behind him, so a bit surprised at that one. They ran a lot of heat. It was a suspension problem that gave him the problem in Imola as well for Michael Schumacher, so a bit of a problem there showing up for Ferrari.
Thanks, Martin. Now our competition. We're combining top-class European football with a visit to the Monaco Grand Prix.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to attend two of the world's greatest sporting events. The UEFA Champions League final, then the Monaco Grand Prix. It all starts on the 23rd of May with the climax of the European season at Milan's San Siro Stadium. Then on to Monte Carlo for the weekend with full hospitality for qualifying and the race. And two lucky winners will get a pair of tickets to both. What a week it's going to be. All you have to do is answer this simple question. Who was the last Englishman to win the Monaco Grand Prix? Was it A, Johnny Herbert, B, Nigel Mansell, or C, Graham Hill? A, Herbert, B, Mansell, C, Graham Hill. The number to call, 09065 811 811. 09065 811 811. These great prizes, by the way, courtesy of Foster's, sponsors of our ITV F1 website, and the very best of luck to you all.
Nice mix of football and motor racing there. ITV Sport has some more exciting developments in the pipeline.
Heart and soul of football.
More from us here in Spain in our highlight show tonight, just after midnight. It's Prix as always, ITV2, 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Next stop for us is Austria on FA Cup final day. Qualifying just before midday, the build up to the race starting at 12:30 on the Sunday, and the highlights for you, as always, just before midnight on the Sunday evening. Well, there we are then. Michael Schumacher wins. With 188 miles gone, it looked as though Mika Häkkinen was going to win here again. Ferrari accept. This was their lucky day. From the whole team, bye-bye.
Mika, I just wanted to say congratulations, but then something strange happened. Can you just explain me?
Don't know exactly at what really broke in the car, but you know, just lost the drive from the gearbox. So I was accelerating out of the corners and it did not want to accelerate anymore. And I suppose then you guys saw the smoke already coming out. So don't know the failure yet of what happened, but we guys have to go back now and look at it what it is.
Otherwise, how did you like this race from yourself?
In general, it was fantastic. It was good racing all the way. We had a great speed in the car. The car was getting better and better all the way through the race, so I was very confident. Just, I think it would be good to get the punch bag in the motorhome, something where I can hit a couple of times to relax. Obviously, you can imagine I'm very disappointed. Not only for myself, but disappointed for the team also. You know, it would be great to achieve these results. Disappointed for the mechanics and the team. You know, it's a shame. You know, it's really a bummer. You know, it would be great to win this. So we just have to go for next one and try to get that one. You know, but
we have seen an impressive Mika Häkkinen. So you are back at the championship.
Well, you know, I'm just doing my job, and I try to achieve and give the best results for the team and the partners of the team and the mechanics and everybody. You know, try to get the great result. I'm gonna push all the way through to end. See what happens.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so David's here now. Just 10 seconds, guys. Okay. Just doing Mika. Sorry about this, everybody. It doesn't happen to me very often. I get the chance to keep people waiting.
Okay.
All right, Joanne, quick as you can. Okay, we go. Yeah, David Coulthard joining us live. Where do we start this afternoon? It was an incredible afternoon for you.
Yeah, no, obviously not the perfect start to the race. When I initiated the start sequence for the green flag lap, I believe I did everything as normal, and we're trying to understand now. The engineers are looking at the data because there's no way the engine should stall, especially with all the systems we have in place now. So a peculiar one. You know, everyone was shocked. When I looked across at them when the engine had stopped, you could see the disbelief because literally with the new electronics that should never happen. But anyway, then I had to start from the back, got involved at the first corner, got hit from the rear, which broke my floor and pushed me into another car and broke my wing. And then I thought, well, that's it, no points today. But thankfully I was able to benefit from other people's misfortune, and the car obviously was quick in race conditions, and I passed some people. And it would have been the perfect result had Mika got his just result, which would have been first. But nonetheless, I've still managed to get a couple of points.
You could never expect it to have finished fifth. I mean, did you think like packing up and going home?
I was pretty frustrated, disappointed, angry, all the emotions you can imagine, because I knew I had initiated things in the same way that we've been doing in the winter, and then you start to doubt, you know, did you do something different, because you know the system shouldn't be able to do that. And then of course thinking there's no way I can get points from there, it made it very difficult to sort of keep my head focused on the job. But I thought, okay, right, we'll use this as a real test session of everything and push hard as I can, and go for it, and I was able to gain some places. It's terrible. I think that he fully deserved to win this Grand Prix today. He's been one of the quickest guys consistently around this track, and for it to happen so late in the race is always hard. And you know, as you saw Michael at the end there, you know, he takes this as a lucky win, and there's no question the real winner today was Mika.
So McLaren right back in the championship. The evidence of what we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, you know, the Ferrari was struggling obviously through the middle part of the race, and it could have quite easily been a McLaren 1-2. But it's the old scenario, you know, ifs and buts. We've just got to actually go out there and try and get the result in Austria.
What does it mean for the championship duel against Michael? I think more points ahead from you.
Yeah, but he's still catchable, so I'm not too concerned about that. I still managed to score points. The interesting thing for me is that he wasn't the real winner of this race today. You know, Mika obviously was, and you know, I think I was quick as well. So if this was a nightmare scenario, you know, stalling with the green flag, getting involved in a crash at the first corner, and still scoring points, that's a great result. So, you know, you have to take it as it was, and consider myself lucky. And you know, we'll go to Austria and see what we can do there.
Did you talk to Mika as well?
Yeah, obviously I saw him straight away after the race, and he thinks it was a clutch problem. So obviously very disappointing, but these things can happen from time to time.
Thank you.
Jean Todt, Ross Brawn, all together? 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 Jean Todt, Ross Brawn. Finally, it was a deserved victory. So what happened till the second pit stop with Mika Häkkinen when Michael was slowing a little bit down? Was there a problem?
I mean, we had a problem with Rubens. Michael had probably a problem with a third set of tires, and I mean, we just asked him to keep this position.
Ross, how was the heartbeat in the last laps?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the race was going great until the second pit stop, and for whatever reason, the third set of tyres were no good at all. And Michael really struggled and was reporting a very big vibration. That's why he slowed up at the end, because we were scared something was going wrong. So I was really pleased with the way the car was in the race. It was consistent and everything was going fine. Then when we discovered Rubens had a problem, we told Michael to back off even more. So a bit fortunate, but we take our luck when we can.
Ferrari and McLaren was in a world on their own. How is that from race to race?
Well, I don't think Michelin are very competitive here, so Williams didn't join the party today, but I'm sure where they are, then they'll be in there as well. But McLaren have come back very well after the start of the season. And it's going to be a tough championship now.
Last question, did you receive a letter from the FIA?
About?
I heard there was something from the FIA was given to your manager, to Stefano Domenicali. Something we have to worry about?
I know, unfortunately Rubens speeded in the pit lane. When he came in with the suspension problem, he went too fast on the speed limit, so that was all.
Okay, thanks.
First finish and immediately on the podium. How do you do that?
Pretty lucky, isn't it?
No, not lucky. It proves that you know the job.
Oh, thanks. You know, I think it's been really good. To be honest, I was a bit surprised. You know, when the race got on and I passed Jarno and then Ralph spun off and everything was looking quite good. And suddenly, you know, I started saving the tires a little bit, and Jack started catching me, and they said, you know, pick up the pace. As soon as I pick up the pace, you know, something happened to Rubens, and, you know, your P3 push. I'm like...
A suspension problem with Rubens.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, just...
3 years of hard work, and then the result comes.
Yeah, that's great. It was a very important podium for the whole team, for Honda also. First since they came back to F1, and it was important to get there because the guys have been working really, really hard since '99, and even this season has started with a lot of troubles. It's been very difficult to accept, a lot of stress, and now that we got this podium under our belt, hopefully we can work better.
David Coulthard again, fastest lap of the race so far. Olivier Panis now trying to overtake Eddie Irvine for 9th place, got alongside, but had to drop back. Michael Schumacher coming up to complete lap 5. The gap between himself and Hakkinen last time was 1.6. Similar gap back from Hakkinen to 3rd place Barrichello. Just a fraction wide, lost just a little bit of momentum there, Olivier Panis, but he's really trying hard to overtake the Jaguar ahead of him, of Eddie Irvine in 9th place.
Animals dos parlaris ja. Evidentment s'està maleint la mala sort d'aquest cap de setmana des d'ahir, que la jornada és de canvi igual que va passar l'any passat. A les primeres de canvi va venir adeu-siau a la competició. El vehicle ha quedat a l'exterior, a l'on de la caixa, ha tocat a sobre de la grava i de moment doncs està allà aparcat.
So Schumacher, that gap to Mika Hakkinen has stabilised approximately 9 seconds as he was starting.
Pas bon. Et on a le petit faux.
Was the balance okay? Okay, can we go up on the front flap, please? Up. 1 hole, front flap, should be maximum. Try 2. Maybe. Okay, mate, we're gonna check these tyres over. I'll give you a little bit more front flap. We'll check these tyres over and get back to you.
Guarda così per rischiare, se le vedi che fermata.
Mattia.
Ciao bello.
Eddie Irvine looked like quite a competitive race to the end there. What happened?
I think we ran out of oil. We have an oil. I think we have an oil leak somewhere, and ran out of oil.
Lots of battles. Do you enjoy it?
No, because the battles were going the wrong way. People were pressurising me. I prefer it the other way around, but I don't think we could have done a better race for what we had. We just need to make the car quicker.
And launch control worked? Sorry? Launch control worked?
It was very good. Yeah, the guy, whoever did the launch control strategy did a very good start today.
Thanks very much. Claudio Barrow, Rubens came in for a stop, then came in the following lap with a problem. What's up?
Yes, we have a problem in the rear suspension and we need to find exactly what happened. But yeah, the problem in the rear suspension this is the reason why we changed the tire and then we come back immediately after while the car is not good.
Is Michael struggling on this last set of tyres?
No, absolutely. No problem in the tires.
Thank you.
I had huge vibration, and that's why I slowed down, because I was afraid I have a tire which is delaminating or something going quite wrong. But anyway, guys, it seems to be our day. We have been bloody lucky. But nevertheless, you have done a good car with all the changes. You have to finish, and we did it, so great job.
Yeah, well done again, Michael. See you back in the pits.
Well done to him. Jack Villeneuve in third place. This is quite a roster we're going to have.
Estamos viendo a Mika Häkkinen sentado en el vehículo de Demi Coulthard. Él está llevando dirección aquí a Pitlane. Ahora entra por Pitlane. El aplauso de todo este público, no tan solo dedicado como no a Mika Schumacher, que se lleva la victoria. El aplauso también y más que merecido para Mika Häkkinen, que estamos viendo cómo se acerca ya el Pitlane. Le da ya la zona de control. El aplauso para Mika Häkkinen. Junto con Demi Coulthard, que finalmente ha quedado quinto.
When I backed up a little bit, this guy catching me really quick. Here, everyone. Thanks very much to the chauffeur. Can you take your luggage with you? Check your health gloves. Well, not bad luck for Mika. Not bad luck. Mika Schumacher running over to commiserate with Mika Häkkinen.
Aquí se va a ir el Mika Schumacher, que abraza a Mika Häkkinen.
Just the other way around.
Y Michael Schumacher, que se apaga por podio.
All right.
So Mika Schumacher coming up to the pen.
Hello there, welcome back to the Catalonia circuit. The Spanish Grand Prix has a reputation for sometimes being a boring procession. Not this time though, a real twist in the tail, allowing the world champion Michael Schumacher to win the motor race.
That's the way it goes. I remember, I think it was '93 in Monte Carlo. I was leading the race by a good amount of time, and I had to retire in first position. That's the way, unfortunately, racing can sometimes be. I feel very sorry for Mika. He's done a great job and a great race. It was a good fight, good battle. It's a shame to see him then losing it in the last lap.
It's super disappointing. I mean, god damn it, you know. Jesus, you know. Could it be fantastic, fantastic finish for me here, you know. It was going so easy, and I didn't even have to push. I was just more or less cruising, you know. Short shifting, braking early, accelerating gently, but it just didn't work out this time for me over here, you know.
I had a big vibration and a big problem with my last set of tire. Obviously, I don't know what is the reason for this. With the first two set of tires, I was going very fast. I was pulling away a little bit, and it should have been normally enough. But then, if the tire doesn't work in the last stint, then nothing you can do, and that's why they
took our win, because under normal circumstance I should have been even increasing the gap towards him after the last stop, and we lost, so we were about a second slower than expected.
After the start, I couldn't believe it, you know. I crossed the line the first lap and I look up on the board and I'm like, ooh, P6, that's pretty good. And then, you know, Jarno was a bit quicker than me at the beginning of the stint, then I start catching Ralph as well, and, you know, at that point I thought, you know, we could be quite competitive for the end of the race. And, you know, everything started turning our way, and I thought, oh, that's a change. I'm very pleased.
It was a hard race. The car was really hard to drive, but I could drive it aggressively and push till the end. It wasn't quick enough, though. Juan Pablo finished in front of us, but at least we're on the podium, and that's great. The team really needed it.
OK, then confirmation of the result in Spain, all 10 points to Michael Schumacher. Juan Pablo Montoya getting 6 more for Williams. Jacques Villeneuve back on the podium. Steady race from Jarno Trulli in the Jordan. David Coulthard getting a couple of points. That's a great achievement for him. And Sauber still scoring pretty well with Nick Heidfeld. And Michael Schumacher has gone clear at the top of the Drivers' Championship after 5 rounds. He is 8 clear of the Scot. David Coulthard, Rubens Barrichello 3rd, pushed by Ralf Schumacher. Heidfeld in 5th place, and Jarno Trulli is 6th. OK, then, Tony Jardine. I can't remember seeing a more dramatic finish to a Grand Prix.
I think you mentioned it before in 97 was Damon Hill. He was leading in the Arrows, and then on the last lap it all went wrong in the hydraulics and he smoked his way around to second, but he lost the lead dramatically to Jacques Villeneuve in that race. And here we go, the smoke grey McLaren, unfortunately, and some would say the jammy red Ferrari, but here we are, the very last lap. What a bitter pill to swallow. I mean, this is absolutely awful. I mean, the team was stunned by this. Look at the crowd. Part of the Ferrari supporters jumping up and down. The rest of them stunned by this and silenced by it. But Häkkinen took it extremely well, I have to say.
But deep down, what do you feel it will do to Mika Häkkinen's psyche, this?
Yes, it will knock him a little bit, but what he'll be thinking about was how good the car was here, how the improvements that they've made in the car, how good it was in qualifying, how good it was in the race, how well they did with strategy to get ahead of Ferrari. That will really encouraging him. They were already encouraged by Coulthard's performances in the first 4 races, so I think the team will get stronger and stronger.
What do you make of what happened to David Coulthard today after all those problems at the start of the Grand Prix?
I think it's very tough, but we've got to remember, you know, he scored points in every race now. Now, we suspect, we don't know, that he was going to try and do a non-traction control start, and whatever he selected or whatever happened on these new gizmos, something stalled it. The electronics guys were all around. He had to start from the back of the grid we saw there. Then he got involved in the first corner instant. He got bashed from behind. He lost the wing. He had to come in for a new nose cone. So he could have won, he could have got in 2nd place without this added pit stop for a new nose cone as well.
Traction control to blame for what happened to him at the start?
I think big significant story today, Jim, of traction control. It causes stress on all the components, not just to the drivers and the engineers and the technicians, but all the parts get vibration, they get hot, and you've seen this manifested, I think, in blow-ups, in hydraulic failures, etc. And I think it's affected the Ferrari not as badly as the McLaren.
Well, you mentioned the Ferrari there. In commentary, Martin Brundle said Barrichello has a problem, he's got to come in, and he did come in. They sent him straight back out again.
I found that quite bizarre, to be honest, because, you know, Rubens had been across the gravel and, you know, the suspension was broken, but the car was like a drunken duck. It was up on one side, and you could clearly see the left front after the incident here, and he may have just clipped the curb and caught the bottom of the suspension, which just put the wishbone out. He comes round, you can see the car cocked up in the air. Look at that left front, you can see the daylight underneath it, and that's because of the suspension at the back. Now, they'd have been watching all on the television, yet when he came in, they gave him a new tyre and sent him back out, and he came back in that next lap to retire because of the suspension failure. Again, that may have been the heat contributed to it as well. They might have said to Michael, right, watch it, just cool it, because we've got a lot of heat in the components. The sensors are going into sort of red overdrive.
Just going back to our British World Championship contender, Coulthard, it's a long while since he started from right at the back of a grid. He fought his way through, and right at the end, a really good overtaking manoeuvre from him to take Nick Heidfeld and get his points.
Jim, I hope people don't think we're biased, but I mean, we're just beating the drum for Britain and supporting the Brit. Great Scotsman here, and it's fantastic that out of all that misery that he's had, that he can come back from the back like that. and still get a couple of points and still be well in contention. And I feel very strongly about supporting him in the championship because it's for Britain and he's doing a great job.
Good camaraderie among the drivers after all the dramas. Teammates Häkkinen and Coulthard involved, and then Michael Schumacher making his point really with Häkkinen.
Yeah, this is great. It's a racing spirit there, and that's very reminiscent of Mansell picking up Senna at 91. I think it was in Silverstone, gave him a lift back on his side pod, and those guys are always duelling. Those guys are duelling, although they're in the same team. But, you know, David felt genuinely very, very sorry indeed for Mika, gave him that sympathetic support on his side pod.
Yeah, I mean, Schumacher has his critics, but he showed his sporting values here today, and he actually said he was lucky in Barcelona.
He's got a lot of sympathy in him. He's a very caring bloke, actually, Michael Schumacher. He is a very nice bloke. It's very difficult to get to know him, of course, and he does have a very hard exterior. But he's sympathising with a fellow racer. He knew he had it in the bag. He's just felt the compunction going on and said, sorry, mate, hard luck.
Right, Tony, thanks very much indeed. Next port of call is Austria, the A1 ring in a couple of weeks' time. That is Cup final day. We're with you at 5 to midday on the Saturday morning for qualifying. The race live from 12:30 on the Sunday, and highlights as always just before midnight. High drama right at the end of the Spanish Grand Prix. Then Michael Schumacher lucks in with 10 points. All our sympathies are with Mika Häkkinen. Good night.
If you'd like to know more about Formula One, the website address sponsored by Foster's is www.itv-f1.com.
Welcome back to Automag, and welcome back once more to Barcelona, where all things traction were under discussion. Of course, traction control returned officially to Formula One for the Spanish Grand Prix weekend, and we asked a few leading lights what they thought.
It makes it easier for the driver to get the maximum drive potential out of the tyres. So in the past he would have to approach the limit gradually, perhaps leaving a little bit of a margin, And then if track conditions meant that he overstepped that maximum, he would get excessive wheel spin. And when you get wheel spin, you lose drive force as well as losing cornering force. So traction control allows the driver to go right the way to the limit without any fear of overstepping it.
Well, there had been arguments over the last few years since traction control and electronic driver aids had been largely banned that they removed some of the driver's skill from the equation. What do the drivers think?
I think nothing has changed. I mean, it's a very simple system. It just helps you at the start. It is going to help you during a race if your rear tire gives up a bit, but it's nothing special. I mean, you still have to drive the car as before.
Well, drivers argue that you still have to point it and press the pedals and have the brain power to cope with all of this electricity as well as the speed. And let's face it, I don't think you can argue too much with that.
In general, particularly the younger people who like Formula One, they've grown up in an environment using these sort of pieces of equipment, computers. It's not strange to them, and so you'll definitely see the older journalists saying, isn't this terrible, isn't this awful, it's not as it used to be. But I think for the younger generation, I don't think there's anything strange to them about using capability of electronics and software where it can do a better job than the human can.
Dichotomy perhaps for Patrick Head, because he loves drivers who race, but being a chief engineer, he loves technology that makes his cars faster. Tricky choice. Obviously there is no choice. If traction control is back, everybody's gone for it to do the best job they possibly can. And once Pandora's box of electronics was opened in the mid-80s, it was never realistically shut effectively. Well, the results from Barcelona were a very disappointing set of results for the McLaren team, and particularly for Mika Häkkinen, who lost a comfortable lead on the very final lap. Michael Schumacher, the championship leader now from David Coulthard, 36-28, with Ferrari's Rubens Barrichello in third, and Ralf Schumacher looking strong as ever, despite the slight changes to the cars, in fourth place. And the BMW Williams team in third spot in the manufacturer's points. Jordan Honda in fourth place, the better of the Honda rivals, Jordan and BAR. Ferrari, though, still comfortably leading the Constructors' Championship.
And away they go. This will be the end.
et celle de l'an dernier. Good morning, Heinz-Harald. Now tell us, what are the main differences between last year's Jordans and this year's car?
Well, the differences to last year, this year with our car, is that the car is easier to drive. It's less critical than last year, and as well as it is more reliable. Last year, this time of the race, this time of the year, we were struggling a lot with our gearbox, but so far we didn't have any problems with our car.
Ça doivent être améliorés. What areas of the car should be improved?
Well, for winning races, we need to improve the chassis a little bit more. In my opinion, we need a little bit more dynamic downforce. As well, on the engine side, Honda has built a very good engine so far, but it seems to me that some other teams has got a little bit more power. So we are working flat out on both sides.
Alors, des améliorations à apporter au niveau du châssis, principal difference in this relationship with Honda as opposed to Mugen.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a very big boost for us, for motivation, that we have Honda with us on board, and Honda is doing everything really to support us with good engines. And for us, as a team, it supported us incredibly to improve our development at the car.
Alors, Heinz-Harald Frentzen qui dit, bien sûr, est bien réelle ou si elle est surtout amplifiée par les médias. Is there a real battle, Heinz-Harald, between the Honda teams, BAR and Jordan, or is it something mainly amplified by the media?
Of course. I mean, the media are very supporting about a challenge in between us. But of course, it is a challenge, not only beating a McLaren or Ferrari one day, as well as beating the other teams. And I think BR is one of our strong competitors, is there, and it's as well competitive on the track, as you see, maybe.
Alors, il dit évidemment que les médias, vous le savez, est-ce que Heinz-Harald Frentzen croit que les pilotes jouent un peu plus dur sur la piste? We have seen some controversial incidents on the track this season. As a veteran, do you think that drivers play a little bit more dirty during a race?
No, I don't think so. I mean, generally what happened with Rubens, he went a little bit over the top for the few races, jumping off the German drivers a bit, jumping off the track. But generally, I don't think a lot of changes going on in Formula One, and generally accidents you will see also in future.
Alors, il a dit non, je ne crois pas que les pilotes jouent plus que de remporter la victoire strictement. Is winning a race has become these days the only fun thing in Formula One?
Well, that's my motivation, really. I want to win races with Jordan. My target is not really running around, cruising around and running in midfield. And that's why I'm pushing very hard and working and try to make Jordan as well as a winner this year.
Alors, gagner avec Jordan est sa principale motivation. Mon objectif, bien sûr, n'est pas d'être un figurant et de me balader au milieu. Alors, je vais lui demander s'il croit toujours que le manufacturier japonais peut gagner cette guerre des pneumatiques. Heinz-Harald, you've been somewhat critical of Bridgestone lately. Do you think that they can win this new tire war that we see this season?
Well, generally I have to support Bridgestone in respect of their delivering or supporting various teams, McLaren, Ferrari and us and other teams, compared to Michelin, which is only supporting the Williams team. Of course, Bridgestone has to fulfill, really to support both teams, even if, for example, Ferrari has got a different requirements for setting up the car or different requirements for developing the Bridgestone tires. McLaren also has got a different opinion on that, and it's very difficult for Bridgestone to make a tire which fits on every car. Generally, they have to make up their mind later this season if Michelin with BMW and Williams going to be a contender for the championship, for winning the World Championship. I think Bridgestone have to decide in which direction they go. Either they go with McLaren or with Ferrari.
Alors, il explique finalement on the return of electronics, mainly traction control.
Well, I think, to be honest, I don't like traction control, and I don't like the thing as well that we have a launch control in future. It's all automatically, and it takes a lot of a lot of work off the driver, and I think as well it could make racing a little bit more boring, because traction control doesn't allow any mistakes going out of the corner, and so overtaking is going to be more of an issue or more difficult.
Alors Heinz-Harald Frentzen dit qu'il